Whee! Nice. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I like D&D in prisons, honestly. Yeah. I'm just focused on other stuff when my dog tries to scratch my arm to get me to pet him and play with him. He's a very aggressive puppy. It's kind of rough. He is a pretty rough kind of dog sometimes. This is 4 hours, so we're gonna do the 4 hours. Ow, the bastard! I just took you out too. Let's just make this a video as I paused. Clearly, I've been pausing Philip DeFranco a few times. So there's that going on. Yeah. Alright, Phaser, what you doing? Alright, you good boy. Would you like... Nah, man, I'll tell you the truth. You ain't a scrub. Really? Man. Could get a little better at some of your stuff, though. Just want you to get better. That's all it is. No Phaser. Fade. Phaser. There you go. I've thought about it. Phaser! No! You damn dog, you bastard. Why are you doing this? Why? Why do you like doing this thing to me? Why? You aggressive ass bastard. He's sometimes aggressive. He's been getting a little bit more mean about it. Yeah. So we... Phaser! Come on, Phaser. Like, for real? But, like, actually, kind of for real, though, bro. Like, for real? For fucking real? Like, real, dog. Come on. Can you not? Can you not? Can you just not do that? How about just not do that? There you go. It's terrible what's going on with Israel and everything. And that's just being, like, kind of just really not very, all-encompassing about it, because I'm, like, drained. You know what I mean? It's like, I hate Israel. I cannot never condone what Hamas did. No, but at the same time, I can see where it came from, and you're oppressed that fucking bad. At the same time, I'm also like, oh my god, yeah, this is bad. And it's true, because I don't really see a way where they're going to just suddenly, somehow, right, have a solution. Yeah, exactly. What solution? Like, first and foremost, we're supporting Israel when they've been doing this to Palestine. Like, what is this? That makes no sense. I'm not doing that. Fuck that. But I'm also not gonna support that shit. You know, it's like, fuck this. I actually do think about that, because it's like, I would love it if they were to ever actually expose that damn alien shit. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, fuck it. Really, realistically, who gives a shit? Yeah, of course I want them to. And if they ever can, yeah. But it's still that thing where it's like, any evidence I would want them to present. They haven't really presented any of it, because I'm watching Kyle Hill's new UFO evidence versus science. And I agree with all of his points, well, mostly. When it comes down to it, if it wasn't for, like, my shit with my brain and what I know that's going on, and that I've gone through his experiences, it's like, well, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm just gonna look like a crackpot theorist, you know, right? But then it's like, no, that's actually really smart. All these fucking really smart things. No phaser. Don't do that. You know, that kind of thing. It's like, and I know that they are. And it's not like new math. Not really, realistically. They've been doing the whole fucking, you know, whole thing when it comes down to, is it multiples? You know, those common denominator stuff for a while, right? Really? Not really, really, but like kind of. It's fairly new. Doesn't really matter. Other people have described it to me before as well. I've just forgotten about it. But it's like this thing where, you know, you don't really grasp quite where I come from on, like, if it wasn't for the shit that I have said, that I said I was forcing to have happen to others, then that very thing happening, all of, like, my life, then I wouldn't be anywhere near that, you know, kind of like idea of that being a thing. If it hadn't been constantly that, like, all day, every day, constantly, then I wouldn't be in the mindset that that's what's going on. You know what I mean? But what I'll tell you is, aliens are its own fucking situation that it doesn't really matter. Present evidence, get it fucking done. I do want to prove my stuff to begin with, because truthfully, I like my agent of science. I like my concepts. I like my stuff. I want to try and build them and make them. I have no money. I have no fucking investment. I definitely have the talent. I have the skill to do it. See what I mean? Where are you getting your money from? Exactly. Where am I? No, play for your play. The right, we already did all that already. Okay. This never goes anywhere. He just addresses it every fucking time with, like, no trouble. But nothing, just standard bullshit that people are thinking in their head while they listen. I'm gonna move on because it's like, alright, the alien thing, when it comes down to how it is that they attach to our brains and our neural network programming, and subsequently kind of overwrite DNA rate expressions and try and have a degree of change to our DNA to forcefully create them again. You know, like stick around in the brain. They don't have to control as much and force themselves to overwrite the brain, that kind of thing. I like aliens are fucking terrifying. Like if they ever visited us, nobody fucking thinks about it. I feel like every time I hear them, I'm like, are you fucking for real? Like they had the ability to travel stellar distances. They don't have technology that's way past us to various degrees. Do you really understand your, like, incomprehension as the UFO people of that very problem? That, like, I just really dislike that you avoid. Like, you want alien. Okay, cool. But do you know, from afar, they could do that shit to us. Quantumly speaking. If they had faster and light technology. Anyways, I would love to be world famous, yes, if you'd make me world famous. But it's a thing, you know, like you can reasonably speaking do that. In terms of the quantum fucking tunnel sort of situation, have it decay off into a virtual particle that goes through another tunnel as you ultimately create enough in a given area that allows for it to go backwards and give you that information as a quantum tunnel back to you, but you have to make sure you entangle and superposition it to allow for that. But if you've got the right timing and sequence, you can get it done. Hmm. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like aliens would have that technology if they were interstellar or intergalactic. They could fuck with your brain so easy. You know what I mean? That's why when I look at the UFO people, I'm like, okay, whatevs, but are you sure? Do you really actually understand? Like, I don't think you really get that problem. Like, they could do that. They could just overwrite you, control you as little puppets, and you'd never know. Okay, well, yeah, that's the thing. You can absolutely have that problem. You should really honestly look into that. But that's another reason why it's like, why would they always need to be meat sack people? You think noise isn't something they can become? You know, quantum noise? You know, the fields and everything that we can't really determine? At that point, they're like ghosts to us, but then they're not, really. That's still an alien. Even if you can't see them with your little naked eyes, they could still sense you with all your given field dynamics. Then there's the void people, which are near the, you know, nothingness point, but we're talking membrane people, really, realistically. Okay, well, meanwhile, you're like, they need to be these gray little husk people. Nah, no, they don't. Meanwhile, I'm like, yeah, I might got a little side, but it's like, how do I present evidence like that to people? You know? Like, how do I, man, let me capture all the field dynamics in a given area. Let me just, wee, I look fucking stupid. With all my pheromones just going on, trying to capture uber small bullshit. Like, there's no way, right? You know what I mean? So it's just like, fuck this shit. Yeah, so it's like, I'd rather have a physical body. I know of one, because of the whole connected brain thing that I've got in my world and universe stuff. I know of one. Good fucking luck with the conspiracy I've got going on with me. You know what I mean? Because it's like, how did you do this? How are we talking? Kyle Hills here. It's like, yeah. Oh, really? Poke. Go. Ah! Yeah, you felt it, right? Right there in the chest, eh? You fucking shut up. That was my toe. You know, I clipped my toenails recently, and then I, like, trimmed them and shaved them down with the little nail file. I do that with my fingers, too. They seem to last longer. They'd be a little nicer, a little more round. You know, I like that. There you go, Phaser. Go get him. Go get your bone. Anyways. Get it. Come on, Phaser. Come on. Yeah, get your bone. Oh, come on. It's okay. You get your bone. Where's your bone? Here, you want me to get your other bone? Woo. That's the bigger bone. Anyway, for what it's worth, I'm on, like, the side of science. I was like, I'd rather you present something while I know of something, and even if I can be very assured and certain of it, it doesn't change that it's like, yeah, but, like, no one's gonna go with it unless you can have any of this, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, and it's like, there's nothing you can do after a while about that shit. Yeah. So, it's like, to me, the UFO people are like, pressure, pressure. If they have something, maybe they'll really. And it's like, with the conspiracy with me, and the only one that I'm aware of that ever visited our planet that has a still intact form with rocks and all this other shit, that radiocarbon dated to that point. And it is a non-DNA form, definitely has cellular structure that happens to contain information. Like our DNA has like bound up little fucking protein whatever things, right? You know, and it's a field dynamic thing. Anyways, similar, but it's a what is it called? Polymerase sort of style that's wrapped up and has different structure sort of stuff. So it's like it has a circle, square, you know, stuff like that, and then it's in a continuous pattern, and that changes ultimately its information and interactivity with its organic compounds, and how its cells ultimately do the work they do for its organs and so on. It's like the only reason why he knows because I connected the guy's brain and I was around, kind of in that sense, you know. So like that's what that is. Now the other thing is like, well, the only thing that the government's really doing that I'm aware of, which I'm aware of a lot of things. So it's like they pop in and out. They use remember the tunnel wormhole stuff that I talked about? Not a lot of evidence at that point that you're gonna have left over. They don't allow for bacteria to press, nothing. You know what I mean? So it's like, and if they can wormhole something in, you know what that really means? They can wormhole you to anywhere. A star? You know, we orbit one. You're dead now. If you're in the bottom of the ocean, you'll never make it to the top. No, because that's a like one directional thing. Whole thing. Doesn't work that way. That's not the portal that I am aware of. Well, there are ways to do that, so suck it up. Are you gonna explain that one to us? No, because then you'll try and get to the fucking. Because we're in a quarantine. We're an they're an electromagnetic little alien race that took over our fucking brains and shit and tried to keep themselves going with our race of humans that as we evolved. Which is shitty, okay? Like, really, really bad. Now, I'd love to go and make my chips. Okay, so I have, like, you know how pulse tubes, resonant frequency? So it's like pulse tube coolers, resonant frequency, right? So it's like, if you happen to oscillate it very well, you can create a given qubit system with inside. Okay, you're actually much smarter than us. I got another group of them. I did. It's all, being made right now into a video on one of my other thing. Still, I'm uploading the other one. That one's almost uploaded. It's only 850 megabytes, even though it came out as a 4 gigabyte fucking file of, like, fucking audio, but then it makes it 850 megabytes. I don't know what that is, truthfully, but that's the audio recording software. I'm gonna move off of it. Point is, they can create that little entangled quantum tunnel superposition thing and interactively be able to do that whole quantum tunnel thing at a distance that I talked about. Which means I can use them as sensor and detector chips. The whole reason why I made them, and I added Kyle Hill at the first fucking place, which then I had rocket injectors for chips or whatever, like in one of my very next videos or something. Talked all about it for how to use it as a sensing array. Entangle our brains too to be able to look and observe. Not to computers, but yeah, you could do that too. It's mostly like to know thoughts, but observe them. The problem is you're gonna know that you're being observed. So like there's no real way to not do that. Which wouldn't be a bad thing, except people don't like that. You know what I mean? Like people like, I'm gonna look at you, Kyle Hill. I'm looking directly at you and you break fuck off. And it's like, I feel that. It's like, that's what that was? Yeah, that was me. I'm just doing that thing, existing as this guy. Oh, mama, it's not funny. It's not, actually. For what it's worth, it could be very terrifying when it's a person like me that can just do that to people. So it's like not great. But I'm gonna stop that. Sorry about that. Then it's like, right. Anyways, it's like to traverse these things, if they were going to, like the alien race that we're talking about was a second generation star alien civilization that was a real Goldilocks seed. Like, it had 3 Goldilocks zone planets that were half the size of Earth that would intersect in their orbits, in their ellipticals, that would then have them, with their moons, be able to gravitationally slingshot over to another orbit or down. Stupendously easy. Whole thing. So, like, that's them. The other guy was later on, right, and, like, those fuckers had effectively kind of gotten into a bunch of people's minds slash other places, and they were trying to run from that sort of thing, and a lot of them are dead. And they tried to like, I'm gonna get away from them by getting out of the universe. I was like, you really shouldn't try that, for what it's worth, because it doesn't work. You're connected to them, and they're attached to effectively our electromagnetic force in a lot of ways. Not really, really, but like, you know, it's a fucking shit show when it comes down to them, and their quantum bullshit, like stupid like body, because their DNA effectively works like that with the compounds they're made out of. Which is, it's not DNA, I know, but it's like, you'll understand it as DNA, so I'll say DNA, but it's not DNA. It's definitely a polystructured, polymerized compound that's organic. That's a multitude of, or yeah, I know, right? Yeah. That happens to store information and work with inside their cells like a nucleus, and they do have cells. Whole thing. I'll move off of it. Because, like, that's them. Remember the other guy? He has a different version of that. So, you know, for what it's worth, life can be done without DNA. DNA is an easier to us, but it's like, not really. Like, if I didn't have to make a bunch of wrapped little splendidly fucking bullshit chromosome things, it's so much easier to just, like, fucking make a bunch of little tiny, like, little pieces of puzzle that are connected and structured that'll do the same thing as a DNA. Way easier. If I could do it, you know, but we came out like this, so it's like, that's what that is. And it's probably fairly prevalent throughout the universe, but it's still not like that, you know, like super easy, right? So, anyways, point is, they're that guy. His whole deal doesn't matter. Point is, if you listen to the previous thing that's gonna come out, or at least I'm uploading it right now. Point is, that one turns into a basic like, hey, so it's basically the equivalent of our immune system, except they hack their body to try and make them look like more human for what the time is, and they live by themselves, more or less, to try and avoid them. Behind enemy lines, but then they don't know that it's an enemy, kind of thing. Eventually, their immune system, if they don't have the consistent, like, update kind of trigger, it'll revert their body back. That's why he died so quickly, because it's like, I'm constantly fighting for hundreds of years of flu and cold and shit, and my whole body's getting wrecked and turned into what is the equivalent of my old fucking version of myself. And I'm trying to eat, you know what I mean? And all the rest, it's like not working well. He ages. Like, they age still. They still age. So it's like, yeah, eventually they're gonna die. You know what I mean? So, yeah, and he suffered like a motherfucker throughout the entire ordeal of that. Now, the popped-in ones, they're outside of our universe to try and escape them, because we're in a quarantine situation. Because of those ones. There are other aliens, so on, out there, but, like, good fucking luck. Like, lots of things are very far away from us for a reason, because we're quarantined as fuck because of these stupid ass aliens that try to take over our actual minds and species. But it's like, on one hand, if I had that chip, I could showcase with the entanglement thing and the superposition thing an observation of their brain and mind that allows for you to be able to see that they are doing that little electromagnetic bullshit and are fully this alien fucking thing that has all these other memories attached to them. Not made up, imagined shit. But it's like, How much do you just write something on a computer, right? And then it, like, that's its memory. That's what you're going to end up getting into. It's like, how much do you trust a memory? Anyone can write a memory down, right? Is what they'll go with. Like, that's the standard science. Well, yeah, no, you prove that this is a thing and they're talking together, and that's why they don't like the 5G and the radio wave and stuff, because it's disrupting their ability to do what they're doing. That's why they look stupid, but it's all QAnon bullshit, right? But that's the reason why they continue perpetuating it and going along with it, because it's like, yeah, no, I know that's a thing for us, so I'm gonna fucking fuck that up. Oh no, I'm smart though. You know what I mean? It would, all these. Meanwhile, it's like we're sort of mixed, right, with that whole fucking conspiracy thing, right? But that's it. Simple shit for me. Easily seen. But that's because I can do what I do. I'm not gonna tell you how I got this shit, because then they might fuck with it. You think I can connect with the brain stuff? They can do that to varying degrees as well, but not really like me, and truthfully, they tend to end up fucking things up. They go backwards. It's not like the whole time machine thing, that we created, where like something from the future can affect when it was originally, ultimately created, right? That thing. Well, our brains can do that to varying degrees. They're a little different, and so they tend to destroy. But destroy is a relative word. They mostly mangle information. Really significantly disorganize and randomize information. But they now can see stuff. You'd have to know quantum physics for that one. Do you have time to listen to the whole thing in the past? Because this is my new recording, and I already fucking listened, or talked. Not listened, I already talked about several of those things. I've been going for quite a while. And I'm tired, and I want to go to bed, and you guys suck. So could you just, not have me do that? Oops. Anyways, point is, there are aliens, there's a whole bunch of other shit, but it's like, most of it's pretty far away from us. I know that there's evidence, but it's like, they'll never probably present it. So it's just like, let's work on cool spaceships and then go over places and, look. How about that play? Let's do that. I've got several on my YouTube channel. Amazing spaceship designs, rocket engine designs, totally feasible. Would love to make them. Let's try and make that happen. Let's go do the whole, we do the, faster and light eventually, but, let's start, somewhere, right? I'd prefer to do my faster and light travel. I have, truthfully. I've already talked about it several times on my YouTube, and in even the most recent video I just about. Is it finished up? It finished uploading! Yay! Well, there you go. Well, it's in my creative ideas playlist. You just go look it up. Xenon Reality. Anyways, that's a whole fun thing for me. Because it's boring after a while to think about, why don't we just go over there and fucking take a look? Why don't we just go do that? Why don't we just fucking go over there? Let's go over there and just go take it. What's the harm? We can make this. We can just go over there. We can do this. What's the problem? Let's get this done. Yeah, why are we not doing universal health care as a right, that we don't do any of this capitalistic garbage where we force people to have patents on substances that heal our body? Why don't we get around some of the space travel problem of getting ourselves some biological-ish mortality of the non-mortality variety? The immorality of the immortality apparently over there, interrupter problem is going on. Yeah, oh, right, I'm not. Fuck off! Biological immortality is by biohacking, although I've talked about it, several of them, in my Creative Ideas playlist too. And my Lord in Reality and Concept Designs. There's a lot of them here, actually. One of my most recent ones is effectively hacking our given cells by adding another different type of mitochondria, who's made to basically make stem cells, repair all of the telomere links and the cellular functions of the given cell. So it's reverts back to a given stem cell, which we already know about. It repairs the given protein and other structures with a given stored information with inside of its own DNA. Okay? Now, that's basically all they do. Think virus that then shoves in another nucleus. That's effectively what it is. There's they're already coming up with this thing with senescent cells. There's we're gonna attack them. I'm you can just use your immune system to attack them. There's this fucking apparently they put out this protein. I'm just fucking go after it with your vaccine shit. If you can train them to go attack this fucking goddamn senescent, meaning they're basically dead cells but they're still functioning, kind of ish, not really. Anyways, it's supposed to protect from cancer, right? That's apparently what they go with. I'm well, that's nice. So any and all cancer alterations that would lead to these given protein chemical biomarkers that showcase a dead cell that's growing and asking for more of this blood that we don't want, then turns into, we got a cancer cell attack because it turned into instead a senescent cell that now it gets attacked by the immune system. All cancer's gone. My first biohacking idea is effectively let's just have, during the mitosis process, our DNA, no, fuckface, shut up, interrupter, Jesus. Our immune system attack the isotropic change on our cells. During that, we'll then have it inject with a couple of these pills, effectively, is what that really was. Yeah, it's we'd have a CRISPR-Cas9 that we'd be kind of consistently taking, and then along with a protein, lipid, and amino acid complex that would go through a first pass of the liver, that would be helpful in restoring cellular functions, because if our immune system's going to attack during mitosis, it's kind of not the greatest thing. But then if it does this with this CRISPR-Cas9 system, it then reverts it back to a, you guessed it, stem cell. But now I have two stem cells as they split, but they're still isotropic. So they'll be well, I'm going to eat. And then it's no, don't eat me is the signal, right, for the immune system, whatever, bullshit, right? They can only need to nibble, get into the nucleus, and it needs to go into the kinesis, K2, all this other stuff that helps the whole mitosis process finish. I deep dived into it. I brute forced through Google into a bunch of studies. That's why they're so long in that biohacking playlist online for my YouTube channel I have. Anyways, it can nibble, turns out. Immune systems can swarm and they can nibble. It depends on how it goes. Anyways, if it catches them at the right time, it'll kill it. If it catches it at the right time, guess what? It then just makes a two set of immune system. Shut up over there already, you interrupting fucking bitch. Retard dumbass. It's two stem cells. Who's this? I don't know. It's just some dumbass that's trying to interrupt me. I don't hear them or anything, but I get this like super dumb pressure that basically prevents me from saying what I want to say. Point is, now I have two stem cells, but because it's going to attack the nucleus and it has to repair itself, eventually it'll try, because it elicits the proteins to do and undergo the mitosis process. As a result, because it's nibbling into the nucleus after it goes from the first cell membrane, then it goes deeper in, until it gets to the nucleus and makes the mitosis cascade protein effect occur, but it has to repair itself. See what I'm saying? That's why you have the pill complex that you have to take. Well, yeah. Now this is a first rough draft. This is no longer what I would consider reasonable probably to do, if I'm being honest. Like, it's kind of like a real rough one. You're gonna have to take this as a fucking, like, vaccine, and you have to constantly take pills, but your body should repair all of those cells as brand new stem cells that have repaired telomere links, and then once it happens to get that first CRISPR, like, it then repairs the DNA such that it'll always make it during mitosis to make new stem cells. That's what it's doing. So, eventually it'll start picking up more and more of this nutrients that it needs. Like, it'll naturally try, because all of those cell signals of that given damage is there. Now, we're talking permanent cells for nerves and everything that it can't attack. This is changing non-permanent cells. Now, you can go after mRNA and then calcium binding proteins to go after permanent cells and have them forcefully mitosis themselves and undergo a given stem cell separation and heal themselves. That's what that would be. No, because he makes sense though, because he knows a thing or two. That is correct. It can be done. But that's a basic bitch thing. No, that's someone else. Doesn't like me. I don't like him, but they'll respect when it's actually going to sound and is fully something you can do. That's on my YouTube video already. Well, right, yeah, well, the playlist. My YouTube channel. Interrupter. I know you are. They can change it barely a word or two every so often. It's just to annoy me. And others ultimately end up having to go through the whole thing too, which is a shit show for them. So, anyways. Moving on, it turns very quickly into like, well, instead of doing that, why don't I just make a better cell repair function? Like, I can make a nucleus. There's nothing saying I can't make a multi-compound protein structure inside of a cell by utilizing the cell's DNA replication mRNA process that allows for it to build one of these things inside of itself. I'm just gonna get a couple of petri dishes and then test. It's like I don't really need to, but it's like kind of I do because it's like look at this. This is a salamander newt thing that has algae that works inside of its cells. And I'm like, I could probably and and it's like, oh, what do you know? I was able to do it. Fucking, this is easy. This is super simple. In fact, there are certain bacteria that could totally fucking do that. Literally, you know what I mean? That's basically what they do, anyways. So I was like, this is super fucking simple. So I went ahead and did that kind of version of it. And now I have my permanent cells repair themselves with a given series of oxidative stress compound triggers that they release to signify, you know, different levels of you need to slow down kind of stuff. And it's like, right, well, actually, here, let's just have you repair yourself, and we'll have a differentiated stem cell up here, and then we'll have you over there go into repair mode as you go back, reverting to a stem cell. The function of the machines, the little tiny cellular machines, work just fine now. They're fully repairable. All of the little neurons, like, and this is a whole other thing. Look at fucking DNA. Alright, you take a bunch of DNA, you look at enough people that ultimately have similar diseases and those that don't, and then enough of them line up to having within this chromosome sectional area this given pattern and sequence that lines up with theirs in a way that means you can know what the changes are and what they proceed to after and what they have precursor wise lead to for this. So long as you are able to get an 80 to all the way up to 100%, you can functionally change those areas of the DNA and it'll work cellularly wise just fine. Now you don't have to worry. Down the line chain events will work just fine because you know what the down the line chain events are going to be. Their DNA matches more than well enough for you to understand how that works. And they're like, look, I have this reverse immune system vaccine. It's a reverse vaccine. I was like, that's fucking brilliant. I fucking love that. I've been trying to figure out that for a while. Most of my things were like, I'm just going to brute force the autophages and just, like, basically nuke them and make them go back to revert, and then I'll store a certain amount of that old data, and then it's like, right, and then I'll change a few of it, I'll put them back after I've nuked them, they'll remember that new set of information. But of course, the immune system has to come back, and you have to stay inside of a hospital for a while. But this one seems a little easier, it turns out. But it works, though. It works beautifully well, honestly. It's like a hard drive reset. It's like a format your hard drive. And it's like, this is factory reset. You don't want any of that stuff. You want your smallpox. You want your vaccine for that. But you don't want this autoimmune disorder. You don't want any of that stuff. No. You want the good stuff that makes it so you live better. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, this guy's like, I can just individually target this fucking shit. And I'm like, that sounds nicer. Let's go with that. You're still gonna not have you're still gonna have that hard drive problem. It's gonna transfer. You have the possibility of that transferring to your next child. Oh, well then that's stupid. I don't want that. I'd rather do the nuke thing. No, I mean, it's fine. I'd still take that. But that's an easier way to get around autoimmune problems. It's a way easier way. But when you look at it, it's like, yeah, that's an easy way to just turn off the vaccine that I talked about. You know what I mean? Like the biohacking vaccine? Because it's a vaccine. It's like I'm just training my immune system to attack a particular isotropic cellular membrane and some of the other kinase or K2 proteins, D2 proteins, something like that. It's all in there already. That's all I'm doing. I'm just training it to attack. And so it's just like, yeah, but the nibble thing is like, oh, right, this chemical signature, which is released by your cells that you don't want attacked, which already does that. So it's like, right, it got in there and then it kept kind of slowly kind of nibbling a little bit into that nucleus. And then, what do you know? Mitosis your shit. Also, here, repair. CRISPR, where the fuck did you come from? I need repair now, I'm barely alive as a cell. You know what I mean? But it's like, some of them, they get a little bit isotropic if they catch it early. If they catch it later, it'll fucking really kind of try and eat it. It really depends on when it gets it. But it's like, you get 2 to 3, maybe you could get lucky, you get 4 stem cells off of a thing like that. It'll force the mitosis each time after it repairs, effectively. Right? Now, granted, it has to repair it pretty well, but that's also the reason why I have the lipid complex, the amino acid complex, and the protein complex to all help it repair. That's another reason why I eventually started looking into how to make organs. I was like, there's gotta be a faster way to make all of these fucking lipids and all these complexes, right? And it was like, there's a way to do that. I mean, our organs gotta do that. Like, yeah, right? So where's those things? And then I started looking into that. It's like, let's supercharge that. Let's make some more of this. Next thing you know, it's working just fine. I don't need to take the complexes anymore. It's just fine. It fucking, sort itself out. You live for a lot longer. You have no cancer, you have no senescent cells, and you can attack certain decaying or, ultimately speaking here, breaking down neurons and nerve cells. You can then slowly piece each individual cell, in certain areas, because remember, it has to re-loop and get the memory and so on back, right? You don't want to swarm your entire brain with brand new stem cells, right? So it's right now we're going to have a little bit more. And remember, if you have Parkinson's or something, you have to change that DNA to no longer have that Parkinson's with a little bit of information before and after to allow for the change to be known for the variables coming in and the variables going out to still elicit the correct response for ultimately the machinery to do its job. I've just paused on the Kyle Hill thing for the new UFO evidence versus science, looking at the A.V. Lewid guy while I'm talking about this. I don't know what he'd be so angry about, but the point is, it's this is a really fun, cool, little project, biohacking project here. You don't really need much except for a really kind of thin sort of little injector for the brain stuff or any of your nerve stuff, right? That's a really small needle, but still, that's not that terrible. It's really more about the body stuff. And it's I'm effectively giving you an autoimmune disorder that attacks any cells that are undergoing mitosis, which is kind of supposed to be a good thing. But then it's yeah, but once it gets going, it then turns into you'll always have new immune stem cells, a new immune system stem cell sort of replication process. It won't pass down into your gametes, which is nice. So that can't be passed down to your kids. But still, that's only just because blah, 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 government, blah, blah, stupid, blah, blah. And I'm I would love for my kids to have this immediately. No immune system, compromisation. I go after fucking any and all, cancer shit really well. I have like no possibility of really practically aging past a certain point. You know what I mean? It's a biological immortality. Like, it's a genuine biological immortality if you could do it well. And then I was like, yeah, or I could just, like, do the whole cell thing and just some of the other stuff. And it's like, then I don't have to have my immune system basically constantly attack my cells. You know, like, I'm always sick all the time. It was like, I have psoriasis. That's effectively what my immune system does all the time. I don't know what the difference is. Anyways, I was just thinking about it because it's like, yeah, I know, like that's a way to get around for the spaceship stuff. Not being faster than light, but then I have faster than light in my YouTube. But it's like you probably want that to fucking like live longer, to experience more. And then I have the memory thing solved. It's like, so if I can make like a thing go into the cell, like neurons are much smaller than our cells. So first and foremost, I just basically made a different neural network, like like a processor thing. It's effectively like I made a cache fabric between stuff with bespoke neurons kind of thing. They're neurons, but we actually have it with spiders specifically, as well as citing that that are a particular type of neuron that help with memory formation, as they can be both a memory singular cell, but also they can calculate. So it's like, that's neat. If I do that the right way. And so then when I attach a certain protein, so they'll elicit a given protein response, that because we have blood-brain barrier stuff, and remember that whole cancer, like, hey, guess what? I need more blood vessels. Well, it turns out that's a good fucking actual like thing to have. Like, I would love some more blood vessels around there with my new neurons existing there. That would be nice. Let me do that. That would be really cool. I'm gonna do that. Let me just do this. Anyways, proteins are a really kind of rough thing to just state. It's too vague, right? But then it's like, yeah, do you know how many thousands of proteins we have, you little fucker? I'm not gonna use one of your shits. Remember the whole like thing that I'm putting into each individual cell? That's hard drive space. Our DNA has a big amount of hard drive space. So it's like this little fucker, when it's around all these other areas, stores the field and loop response in the given elicited ionic exchange rate as stored information change in a given DNA to the given cell of the immune system. So it's like, it's a protein to immune system, but then it's not really quite immune system. So it's like, it has to go through the blood-brain barrier, it passes through, it then attaches to the immune system, but then it's going to attach eventually to one of these fuckers at some point throughout our body. Now it stores, because it's a fabric anyways, a lot more memory, but then it's like, then it passes it into all of our cells as they undergo mitosis and repair. Eventually, we'll get the memory back. It takes a while, but we'll get it back. The problem is it now goes into our gametes. Meaning, it'll pass down into our kids. The best part, though, is that it's only stored information in a way that is this person to this stuff that they were effectively knowledgeable on. Like, this thought, this experience, so on, but they don't get the feelings, they don't get the thought, that kind of thing to influence them. It's like, this is inherent information versus this is, my brain felt this, my brain saw this, so on, and influenced that. They experience their stuff, they are their separate own person. This is separate to them from the gamete cells. And I'm very sure about that. Yeah, I made really sure to get very good at that before I ever fucking did anything with my body with that. Good stuff, honestly. That's like that's one of the reasons why when I think about it, it's like when you find a person like me, I'm like, why the fuck would you not have just made your own universe after a certain point, or like try to just travel to a new, you know what I mean? Like, what are you doing with like going over? Why take the risk? Why not just observe from afar? Why not just go terraform or live on a different planet? You know what I mean? Like, we all love to travel, right? But it's like, what's the exponential? Remember the whole rocket ship equation where it's like, oh, you're gonna travel like for 50 years, and then it's like, then and then on its way traveling 50 years, and about like 15, 25 years, this other thing rocketed forward and got there way faster, right? The old rocket ship problem. Same thing, for biology and then mental stuff, and then also traveling around. Like, you can probably pop out and do your own shit, right? I have really legitimate faster than light travel. Curvature of space time stuff is kind of rough, but my inertial acceleration engines with a resonant frequency ultimately allow for because electrons do have mass and the nucleus of atoms do have mass. So it's like, but then they're kind of technically moving just enough, and anyways, as like, space and time curves in, and I'm creating a vacuum, remember vacuum pressure? Well, it's pushing us, but then it's like, actually, I'm going to reduce it in one area and increase it in another by using the inertial acceleration resonant frequency to allow for a curvature of space and time lensing and then coherenting effect that pushes us using vacuum pressure, but then also curvature of space time, but then also because of kinetic. Remember kinetic, that old fucker? It then happens to push us forward versus reverse-wise. Now the opposite happens to be a reactive force to a given hydrogen and or anything else that you may want. Now, the vacuum area is just a vacuum area. It looks like a fisheye lens behind us. So I've already explained in my... Which actually I should start uploading that. I did just make it a video after all. Okay. Cool. I mean, that's also in the other video, so there's that. I'm not watching any of these things. You should definitely watch all of them. Because you're not going to remember this later. They'll eat your fucking memory like always. By Aneri. Cool. Nita Burrita. 4 hours of that shit. Absolutely, absolutely. Definitely, for sure. Yep, definitely. This is... Oh, yeah, no, I should have put that in there, too, actually, now I think about it. Did I? That's a good question. Can I edit it from here? It's in see here. Oh, yeah, no, it's in my Lauren reality. Okay. Cool. Recording this too. Anyways, what was I thinking about? Faster than light travel. Right. So it's like that will work. It's faster than light. Then I have wormhole, quantum tunnel wormhole on my YouTube too. It eventually synchronizes with space-time stuff. And so it's a real wormhole kind of in that way. But, like, it's small, and then eventually you have to make a big one with a bunch of these plates, and it takes years to get, like, the size of a person. So, there's that, and then it could take tens of thousands of years for the size of our planet. So, you're probably not going to use that. But the faster light travel works out just fine. You know what I mean? I used it specifically for communication. Light, electricity, fields, that kind of thing. It would break down a tunnel, like a wormhole, just fine, and come out the other side exactingly the same information faster than light. But if I eventually get to a wormhole, then it's just going to travel through space and time like a normal wormhole. Right? But it's still the same information, so, works out just fine. That kind of thing. But, like, the reason why I did it is because I have these chips that are light, field effect, and then contact, coherer effect, qubit 2 sort of stuff, which I'm uploading that video right now, so there's that. I've already talked about them. But, I was talking about that. Like, remember the pulse tube thing? And then, Jules Thompson, like the fucking acoustic resonance stuff? Anyways, basically it's a tube, and then it resonates a given gas. Sometimes it's multiple gases, sometimes it's a single chemical compound gas, and then sometimes it's an elemental gas. With light forced through, then you have diaphragms to help with the resonance, and then you have electromagnetics and the coherer, which is an entirely different type of field effect apparently than regular field effect. So, anyways, I use that because it's like it elicits a established circuit, and when it's oscillating with the little resonances, I can turn it off and on as necessary, and then I have lasers that are going through that, which is its own optical transistor. I can make it very ordered for it to be a standard qubit, or I can really, what I do is make it a qubit for a very temporary amount of time. It elicits a light and field effect when it drops out of being in a superposition. I can do it very, very, very quickly by having two of these given informational received inside of the nearby tubes. It then allows for all of it to be captured. I also have entanglement with that superposition for that given, remember that whole thing? Then I have light based transistors, qubit, based memory, pressure, and then resonance. Like storage, like a ball bearing, here, there, that, that's weight. Well, it's like a given resonance inside of the chip kind of does the same thing as a pressure wave that is stored information. Already talked about it. This is going to be my third time already for this stuff talking about it. So really go through my YouTube. Anyways, I've already talked about that. It started off as something else, and it got to that later because I had other field effect, light base, other transistors throughout this whole year. I went from I have some light based, some oscillatory resonant transistor things, and so on, that eventually turned into now I have this in a year. I was like, I know nothing about programming. I then suddenly had programming. I now have all of the program because my other two videos at the end of the first one and the beginning of the second one, I'm going to talk all about the creative algorithm. It's an algorithm equation about how the God operating system makes itself. Programs for the chip, and honestly, I already have that in my creative ideas playlist, anyways. Yeah. Okay, so. So, you're hearing them just freak about apparently they weren't the ones that got this, it was me. Yeah. I don't really care about them. I hate them. I want them to die. I want all of them to die. That's simple stuff. So there's that. Yeah, fucking douchewads, effectively, as far as I'm concerned. But I'm kind of bored with it. Because it's like, well, I do have faster than light travel. I also have nuclear fusion rocket engines that are ignition fusion constant. They're intergalactic engines that use, remember that quantum vacuum pressure? Well, I ended up creating a way that I can use a quantum vacuum pressure transistor style to ultimately fuse with a given entanglement tunnel that allows for a tube in a tube. So it's like we're going to take a pressure of an attractive force tube with inside of a resistive force tube between the two, given an entanglement, and then a Z-pinch current flow between the two that causes them to have a very high probability curve of a fusion tunnel event for very low energy. If I capture any virtual particles and a given amount of fields that I can attach to them, I can then create a more real particle that will get me quarks up until the point where I will now have hydrogen, and then I feed it hydrogen. It gives me electricity to run it too, more electricity to run it, because I also have heat from the fusion, but then also because of the quantum vacuum energy, I have to put energy initially in, and then I can use quantum vacuum pressure to ultimately create more energy, but it will break down eventually. Then I put out. We already have something like that. It's called exothermic reaction. Now, it took the star and a whole bunch of other shit to eventually create a hydrocarbon type of thing that we can use. Right? Yeah. Same sort of situation. You know, it's like took a fucking universe to be created for us to use a quantum vacuum pressure like that. See what I'm saying? So I'm stupid. Yeah, you are. You're a retard. Get over it. Shut up, you whole fuck up. Stop being angry at us. Yeah, like for real. Like I've already been doing this. This is on my YouTube. You have no idea how, like, why do you not see how the energy's already there? Where do you think it's coming from? It's not coming from nowhere. Do you get that? It's not you, Kyle Hill. They're fucking trying to send it to your ass, but in reality, I'm sending it to the fuck ups that keep going after it over and over. It's not perpetual. It will break down. And the energy's coming from somewhere, and I have to input energy to begin with to make it happen to do the thing that I'm making it do. Not the definition of perpetual. Anyways, it'll last a really long time. It can put out more energy, right? But it's really meant to feed intergalactic engines that spit out, oh my God, actual Olympic-sized swimming pools of iron plasma that is effectively a plasma lightsaber fired out. At nearly the speed of light. It's like 10 to the 32 in that instance for the intergalactic 9. So 99 and then the 10 to the 32 nines. Close to the speed of light. And it's like, super! How did you do that? The balance decent, you know. I've already talked about it. You should really probably go through that. But it's like, I'd never use it because it's effectively the most dangerous ever designed for what it's worth. It makes no sense to use the fucker. Like, actually. Although I did have, like, a future at one point where I did test it. We went behind the moon, and then we fired the fucker because otherwise we would have gotten hit by a fucking nuclear blast. You know, fusion nuclear bomb blast that would have hit us so hard. Anyways, we went behind the moon, fired it, we went curved back around from Mars, and then did a nice little, like, Phobos, one of the moons, you know, kind of another, like, bleed off of speed. Because it's more of a point and shoot. When it's like, it's effectively just the engine. I had to use a 3D printer to make the fucker, and we had to send stuff from the moon and Earth into this 3D printer, space 3D printer thing that I have, which is like, it's fields, it's lasers, and it's basically that. So it's like, it's a couple of heads, printer heads at first, that then like fire it in, and then we'll have like a substrate, which is most often just a big like fucking, yeah, like rectangular, any of that kind of, you know, steel something, any of it, right? Then we fire it in, and then we're effectively using lasers and then fields to corral and like force this thing to be really hot, and then electrically charged differently, and then we inertially confine and then heat it using a conductive current style, with the lasers helping force that to be a little better at welding and cooling it off by forcing with that, again, this is field, and then IR, to force more IR emittance to rapidly cool it off. But eventually it'll start imparting enough inertia that it'll spin, and so then we fire it forward, and then we try and get it done really fast as it spins. Yeah. But there's like vibrational things that you can do. So it's like, if you use those fields the right way with like lasers, reflectance, it's like you can bounce them and keep them in a given area, and then create that as a full piece and part that you then place onto something. Like, there's a couple of different things you can do with that. You use natural light, you use solar panels to help create some of the, you know, specific wavelengths of laser light that you're going to need. You have reflectance, you know, mirrors, all that dish stuff. Then fields are another version of charge fields. You know, remember that, like, tube TV stuff that you used to watch? Well, it has a boo, and then electromagnetic, and then whee, it goes over there instead, right? That kind of thing. Yeah? Same thing, basically. That's all it is. Like, put onto the substrate, and it's like, well, sometimes it's a plasma, sometimes it's just a straight up like dust, sometimes it's this, sometimes it's that kind of thing. Like a plasma that can cool, that then it can fire on a colder, because it's on the substrate, it's cooling on the substrate, but then it's like, it's gonna melt, but it's not gonna melt that fast. So it's like, oh, I want it to melt faster, but if I use this dusty stuff, and then I like congeal it, and then, you know, that kind of thing, and then it's like, oh, if I really cool it, that's a version of compression, which then welds it on. And I was like, well, if I happen to just make it, let's see, like, you can't, because you see this thing called dust that'll weld in space, because cold welding, and that sucks. So you can't do that. So like there's that problem that often has to get solved. This is a way to solve that. I can get dust and things that can turn into a plasma up to space a lot easier. And I can make many of these to make this whole thing work because I can have a lot of the material be nearby to be able to do it. So that's basically what it was, but it's effectively like this is essentially just enough kind of like actual stuff to do this. It's almost not really a ship. It's pretty much all engine with like a tank strapped to it enough to fucking like move it the right way. But okay, so a good way to put it is like we have these four rings, toroidal tokamak things, but they're not. Okay, so like they're hollow, but then they cross like the Jesus thorn crown bullshitteroo. Kind of the same thing. You're gonna have to keep up real fast because I'm not nice about this. So it's like, all right, they cross and intersect. There's a z-axis, not just the center. There's the top and bottom. Towards the bottom, there are 4 to 8 different tubes that grab and take in that plasma towards the tube. The tube then fires it forward towards the next set of rings. As they come in, they also fire in, fire in, fire in. Now, it doesn't perfectly hit each one, and so the tube is not shaped such that it's only a straight tube. It's going to reflect it back towards the firing angle and have it all arrive at the same time. We have lasers and we have fields also in there. It's a particle accelerator fusion type of design. So it's like the tokamaks go burr, effectively they rotate counter to each other. Then they'll oscillatively create pressure waves that go back towards the top part of the X's and then towards the center part of the X's. Then we separate them. We cause a degree of nuclear fusion. Then that has a teardrop shaped little valve that opens that's trying to suck it in, force it in towards where the tube is, fires it in towards the center, and then we have that rotate towards the end of the tube that then fires it back towards where the X's are as we join in more hydrogen plasma. And so like we start the whole process and we keep building up heat and acceleration and inertia and pressure. Stirling engine stuff, basically. And then eventually we get enough fusion and it sustains itself with field of lasers. So these are laser fields, just big old, they go through the plasma, they make sure the plasma be corralled where they need to go, and then we run some current with a electromagnetic field that happens to wirelessly run current through, which is a Z-pinch, as we can shear and then pulse Z-pinch this. While initial confinement, reflective style of also that light that's there too, that you're going to want to help corral the plasma with the lasers with the correct degree of offset and destructive to constructive. So it's going to try and make it a lower wavelength that then turns it into the correct wavelength that we're going to want, or a lower wavelength to a higher wavelength that is going to turn it into the wavelength we need to do the laser thing we're looking for, using the plasma to our advantage, because it goes towards the tube and then it wraps around, which that one's just basically think like a flower petal reversing. It's a parabolic spike, right? And so that'll open up, but then only the center will have it go off towards the bell end. The rest of it wraps around. It's currently closed, so you don't have to worry about that, and it's going to fire that accelerated, hotter, more fused gas, plasma gas, towards that X area that you want to go in towards the tube anyways. As we're firing it in constantly faster and faster and faster, which makes it hotter and hotter and hotter and denser and more pressured in those given areas, and eventually you get iron. anyways, remember that little pinch, for the flower thing, the parabolic spike flower thing? Yeah, there's a tokamak there. You're going to have to really pick it up fast. Anyways, it diverts half, well, actually, not really. 80% goes back to the X, Then 20% goes off towards the bell end around the outside, which is another type of Z-pinch maneuver, shear force thing, or current going through. Anyways, the rest of it goes straight through, but then this has plasma jets that are captured and then force a ring of plasma to come out into the bell end. Now, that has a arrow spike that's hollow, that's teardrop shaped. Then it's a regular standard bell end. Using electromagnetic and standard styles, which all of this is already on my YouTube, just so you know. This isn't brand new. So, as a result of that, it uses an electromagnetic, which is already very high pressure and quite significantly directed kinetic. So it's already traveling insanely fast. The reason why we wrap it like that is because it stores a given heat value and pressure, but also it reflects light in electromagnetic frequencies, both from the shear Z-pinch, but also as a way to accelerate, especially with the teardrop and the bell end, and that light, to force a continuational pressure wave both inward and outward, to have the bell end give the maximum thrust, but also the greatest amount of accelerational speed possible. That's also why it comes out looking a little bit like a lightsaber, although it kind of frays at the end. But who would be caring when it could travel 10 to the 32 nines after 99% the speed of light? Levels of shit, right? But the thing that we built it at is using the heat, and then let's see here, we have the IR emittance and cooling. That's a piezoelectric, and then we have vibrational. So it's going to create vibrational. So that's piezoelectric. Then IR emittance goes back into creating inertial movement, kinetic. Then we have enough big boy neutron reflectors with enough type of effectively neutron firing with that reflector back at the damn thing, right? That forces a neutron pressure to head towards the given hot spots that we want increased degrees of fusion anyways. So, once you do that, it's in it's mostly scaling, because we can 3D print it, the tubing structure for coolant, which would be, you guessed it, piezoelectric. IR emittance stuff. Heat, cool, that kind of thing. And then it's vibrating, so that's a pump, acoustic pump, resonance stuff. All already on my YouTube. Anyways. As a result, it goes really faster-fied, burr, quick. I don't know who these fucking jokers are, but they ain't new. Who are you trying to pretend to be? I don't know. I thought we were going to be able to steal stuff, because it's whatever. Anyways, I was able to get all that done easy, as a basic, kind of design, but it's really dangerous. I am firing Olympic levels size of swimming pools out every second. Not one, several, 3 to 5 of iron plasma. That's, pretty darn hot. traveling very fast. So, you know, it was dangerous as shit. And I never wanted to use it. It was like it would last for a really long time. It was intergalactic, my first real intergalactic space engine I ever put together. And I fed it because I had the quantum vacuum quasi particle fusion reactor. I came up with that because I was like, there's a way to basically make that heat movement. Like, okay, so we're going to take air, regular air, we're going to grab heat from it with, refrigerant, and then we're going to have it expand inside a volume, a cylinder, and then it's going to go back to using a little bit of that stored in a flywheel that would then go into, that's right, a little tiny nozzle, so it would be compressed. It would perform work energy, right? And so as a result, I could get some electricity and or movement out of a bike or something like that. There ain't much in the air, but then it's like, actually, it depends, really. The faster you go, and the hotter it is, and the greater the surface area, the better and more efficient it can become. Especially when you add light to the equation and a little bit of solar panel to help cool it. It's like, well, if you want to cool the solar panel, then it's like you're going to fucking already have an electric motor. It's like, well, I have a refrigerant, I have this, I have that, I can do this. Like, I could totally get more range out of that. There's no way I would get more range. I'm not saying it's going to last forever, but I can fucking absolutely get more range, right? Then I got into turbines as a result. That's why I got into like a Jules Thompson turbine. So effectively think it's a big wide turbine, but it starts off as a small turbine that goes into a medium turbine that goes into a large turbine that has to make a curve. Remember Jules Thompson? It has a small tube and then it goes and curves around backwards, S-bend kind of thing. For medium size, it's bigger, but it lost heat energy to do that, right? Well, that's perfect. That's turbine stuff. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Make it have some piezoelectrics, bada bing, bada boom. It's like, oh, what do you know? I have a very high efficiency turbine now for refrigerant. That's my condenser, effectively. I just have to, technically speaking, take a degree of its given rotational energy into helping pump the thing. Now it's a Stirling effect condenser array compressor sort of thing. Instead of compressing by using energy, I just take energy out and that condenses, and that's like a compressor. It's like 90% efficient. I still let you know, it's actually ridiculously efficient for its given size and capacity. For the refrigerant and everything I'm using. It's ridiculously efficient. Super efficient. But for it's worth, they're right. There isn't like a lot of energy in our air. Like I can keep scaling this to a degree. And I was like, man, I want to put like solar panels all over that. But then it turned into like, yeah. But then I got into piezoelectrics in my tires, and then my chain is a bunch of piezoelectric with like brush contacts. And then I started getting into like my tube frame has it, and then my shocks are effectively that too. And then like I then made vacuum spokes for the rims, and so like the rim itself would have a pressure here and a vacuum there, and then that's piezoelectric movement. And then it's like, well, there's heat here, moving, as you. So I'm trying to recapture that given heat as that's friction through the air and so on. And so like that's an acoustic pump that would go to a heat storage that would then be collected for the given refrigerant. Which a Jules Thompson radiator is an entirely different thing. So you have to use like a Jules Thompson acoustic radiator. So it starts small for the fin array, and then it goes to a medium, and then a large, and then it goes back into a small, and then it all has to come back at the same size at the end. So that way you don't increase pressures, but what it does is it expends work energy into the given radiator more efficiently. And if you happen to have the tubes that are ultimately the same, not just the fins, but the same, so they have to be structured a particular way where it goes small, medium to large, back to small. And then you have to structure them in a geometric formation that allows for a given acoustic resonance for shaking to occur to allow for boundary layer deficits to be overcome, along with the piezoelectrics of the given shaking for that given acoustic, because there's a vacuum here and then there's a not vacuum there, so it wants to change based upon the pressure differential, which is a Stirling engine, which then also increases the degree of efficiency of the given radiator design, which is also on my YouTube channel. It's stupendously more efficient than your radiators currently. I made it out of diamond-like carbon I compressed in like a rig with like a hydraulic press and some heat and some like you know, like vibration, and then I was like, shock it, but then I'm gonna make an electric charge field the right way around it, and then I went press, and then what do you know? I have a polycrystalline diamond-like carbon structure. That's really thin too. That's shaped like this for my radiator with piezoelectrics, because I have vacuums that I can form because I have a vacuum pump, because that's not very hard to do. And then the refrigerant happens to undergo I condensed, or I happen to expand greatly. You know what I mean? Depending on what you want to do. I started off with an AC, right? But then I was like, right, what am I doing this for? Oh, right, this is exactly how I need to run my quantum vacuum transistor to modulate given fields. So it's like we're talking electromagnetic charge fields, you know? So it's electromagnetic and charge fields, so static charge field differences that would capture different charges of virtual particles and quantum foam zone particles, separate them using that, funnel them and accelerate them using the Joule-Thomson acceleration and the Finn-Trulli and a Bernoulli's principle. So it creates a given increase of vacuum pressure that will suck in, with the correct fields again, types of filtered particles that we're looking to then acceleratively, but of course we're condensing. So it's like as a result of condensing, because we're using the Joule-Thomson, it happens to try and compress, and if we happen to make the tubes the right way, it starts to resonatively oscillate and create an entanglement profile. Then I use remember I just talked about not too long ago, the tunnel effect. Fusion! I got fusion. Pretty simple stuff. So, my radiator worked fine. It's insanely efficient for what it's worth, because it's more or less passive. I mean, I have to pedal the bike, right? So it's like, whatever. But it's like, okay, if it's a regular, like, electric e-bike, like, how much increase do you get? Yeah, I mean, then at that point, I'm like, it's a cruiser bike, right? I'd put a fuck ton of batteries where it is, and then, have, like, a slightly better, larger radial axle motor. And then it's mostly capturing the vast majority of heat from the solar panel and then the given refrigerant to the turbine, which is a bunch of piezoelectrics too, in its own right. Because I don't ever need to worry about it getting too hot, because it's not really going to fucking be designed for that. And you can put piezoelectrics inside of tires, if you didn't know, and then have them contact. So all of it's effectively generating me like a degree of electricity as I go through. What do you want to bet? I managed to make more than what I was needing to cruise at the 8 highway speed here. And I learned how to make a bacteria recently, but back in the day, I actually added so many different fucking YouTubers about a generator battery concept that works just fine. It works. It basically takes air and uses a splitting of certain like O2s in O's, carbon dioxide, so on, by using light and charge fields and electromagnetics. Another version of the same kind of thing where it creates, the same type of action that chemical reactions do, in a given flask, except it's using it in a better way. It uses heat because we have piezoelectrics in it, and field effects that effectively create a decrease and increase of resistance. A separation electron happens to move through, that creates heat, that's piezoelectric, but then it has to combine, but I only want them to combine with N's, O's, I can come out with H2O, N2's, and so on. It cleans our air, yeah. In so doing, but it doesn't take a lot of electricity to do it, which is great. It really doesn't. That's kind of the best part of it. I figured out a way to yank charge fields. That's what it is. Static charge. You know what I mean? Electron orbit. If you don't know what that is, then you're probably too stupid to maybe talk continuously on it. But if you do know, then it's a static charge field is a buildup of a given charge of a given ion, right? Well, guess what ions are? Acid or bases. Movement of an electron flow battery effectively does the same thing. It's a fuel cell, but it uses the air as a fuel cell. It removes oxygen from its boundary layer thanks to the light and the vibrations, and the charge field differences, oscillations. So it creates acidic areas, but it's really just fields. But then it creates base areas in those originally acidic areas, so then oxygen can't form. So it deoxidizes the thing. Already on my YouTube, by the way. Added a shit ton. As in, I added several YouTubers in my video description, and by several I mean basically everyone I could. They never fucking watched it. But it's it came from some dumbass Redditor saying my idea of using refrigerant as a workable engine could never work. And then I was like, okay, suck my dick and balls, watch me. It is a way to get more power out of a given area for renewable resources, for geothermal, light, and air. In a given desert situation, makes total sense. Especially when it's we have humidity, but we can never really capture humidity the right way. So as we use static charge fields the right way, we can capture humidity with the right compounds a lot better, and then separate them because of this, performing an electron flow work battery to ultimately pump certain given pumps of the given Stirling engine because we happen to have geothermal, and then solar panels that need to be cooled. I can get way more electricity because I can use the same refrigerant. I don't have to go nearly as far for geothermal to basically make it work. Because I have heat from the outside air and the sun, you fucking retards. Well, I got my bike to basically keep going for a really long time. I can pedal my bike up to 90 miles an hour. Fucking dope shit, you know what I mean? It's not super light, no.
See, the thing is, it's a heavy piece of shit in a lot of ways. Although it's not a piece of shit, it's a pig. It's a heavy pig. But like, at the same time, I'm being super hyper efficient with how I'm pedaling. That for the entire duration of the downstroke to equal an actual power stroke, along with an upstroke on the other side. Which that's maybe on YouTube. I think I talked about it, but the point is, it doesn't really matter. It's like, yeah, so electric motor's fine. You know, it's basically the same thing. It's like you're not allowed to do that. It's like, yeah, you're right. It is mostly pedal power. It's just really large gearing and really decent assist. Kind of, up to 20 miles an hour. Then it's all kinetic, like a Stirling engine. It's a Stirling engine. They don't have rules on Stirling engines, so it's like totally allowed to go up to 90 miles an hour. But see, the thing is it gains more and more efficiency the faster and faster it goes, because that produces the ram air effect that increases its degree of pressurization and depressurization, Jules Thompson acoustic resonance stuff. And then it's piezoelectrics. The faster I go, the faster the spin of the tires and the spokes and everything, the more kinetic, and then the cooling, I get more electricity. Those are about 90% efficient. Because I have sun, and it's fairly, in this instance, if you don't know, it's a recumbent. So it's like, it would actually basically create like a really nice little shield for the air coming around, and then it captures the vast majority of heat transferred into motion. Yeah, kinetic. Motion of the wheel. That kind of thing. Oh. Yeah, I have an e-bike, so it's like, I was the guy on my e-bike trying to figure out how to make this thing be better, because it's pathetic and I don't like it. It's like, I can make this way better. If I had the right materials, this thing would be way better. It's garbage, this thing. But that's what that is. I mean it. It's like, whatever. I could easily make a better bike than this. My tube is effectively all batteries and fucking heat and electricity producing compounds that effectively make the whole thing work better. It was a way better design. But it's like, got up to 90 miles an hour and I could sustain it for a really long time, hundreds of miles. But, to be fair, people behind me, we're gonna get a gust of cold ass wind. You know what I mean? Like, it's cold over here, you fuck. Yeah. No, it's very cold, actually. Like, for what it's worth, it was a bunch of solar panels for the rear and at the front, you know, like the spine, you know, and then the rear for like the saddlebags. And at the front, it's really basically just all a bunch of fucking radiator space, and then same thing for the battery. The same thing for where the solar panels ultimately have to be cooled. So it's like, that's another version of the whole radiator concept too. It all dumps it into the turbine. But there's not a lot of energy. Yeah, I know. To some. I go, you were not thinking very good, were you? You have like 40% thermal efficiency over there for your stupid little engine that can. And it's not even a very good one in terms of efficiency. And it's like apparently the best you got. And I'm like, that's crap. You don't have energy recovery systems anywhere. Where's your fucking energy recovery? Why don't you just build it the right way the first time? You have no idea how actually upset I am. Like, if you go through my YouTube, which you should, you're gonna hear me just go after that constantly. That's all my engines really are. It's like Why don't you use thermophotovoltaics, thermoelectric generating, and piezoelectric compounds in a metamaterial-like thing with a sleeve that exists around it, so that way when you cool it with your engine coolant and your exhaust, which by the way is another version, you should do that too, with your turbine that should be way more efficient. Why is your turbine this garbage? It could be way lighter. What are you doing with this? Yeah, with thermophotovoltaic, all of that, yeah. Like, why aren't you getting 90... Like, I have a literal radiator that takes waste heat from the engine using that Stirling and piezoelectric. Remember that? The fucking, like, little fucking radiator I just talked about for my bike? That's for engines, for cars. Same thing with the rubber hoses for your coolant lines and your exhausts. And, yeah, your catalytic converter, bro. I have 99% efficiency, which is ridiculous if I'm being honest, but then at the same time it's not fully, because it's like I do have losses, but captured to work energy is still in the 90% range. It's just like, it was really worth it because it was like, I'll challenge you over there thinking my kinetic cannot be as good as yours. I don't weigh nearly as bad as much as people think. Like, for real, I have a toroidal that's a fuel cell, like, torque converter style toroidal thing. Yeah, it's basically a donut. Yeah, so a donut goes into a donut, but then it's like, yeah, it's like these little hand, finger things, right? Right? It's like that will slip in, burn, and then it goes into a larger area. I have several of those on my YouTube channel. That creates, because of the geometry as it goes through, it creates like effectively a bunch of little S channels that it has to go through, or a big wide area for it to expand and push this continuously the other direction. Like a turbine, except I also have a turbine version of that, except this is more like toroidal piston sort of thing. But I don't like pistons after a while. I was just like, yeah, no, I'll just fucking make it super simple. And it was like, alright, I'll just put the thermophotovoltaic, thermoelectric, piezoelectric, and I'll have a clamp. Whole thing. You should look at it because I have an intake that's the center, and then it's just basically a bunch of spoke wheels that are hollow that go off to like the toroidal area that force using centripetal centrifugal forces into creating fuel pressure and air pressure, which I already went all over that in my YouTube channel several times, truthfully. Suffice it to say, it's a counter-rotating system that has a clutch that then goes into a central axle kind of design. So it's like that's a separate thing to this rotating to the rear. Alright? So that's central, and then that's counter-rotating, and then it's gears and clutches, and that's all it needs to be. If you're like, no, it can't happen, I'm like, you could separate these. I can do that. It's like, yeah, no, that's because you listened to me before them. So go listen to the YouTube. But yeah, I've already done that. Like, I have several of those designs. Okay, so like that's cool, but like, okay, right, which means I have more torque. So it's like given diameter size for the given toroidal is actually what my torque is to the given spoke central axle area. The two counter-rotating props, remember that shit? Yeah? Same thing. But to a central axle. Clutch flywheel. Transmission. Bingo bongo. Dunzo. But it rotates outwards. Remember torque converter? I was talking about torque converter? Yeah, well, it has stators in the middle between the two counter-rotating connecting rod areas, which are angled to act as props. They still have a forced ram to scram kind of like jet engine that compresses. That's the compressor. But it's a super turbo, so it's connected to the axle, but then it'll disconnect at a certain speed when the turbo kicks in. It's water cooled, goes through, cools it in, it pulls it in, compresses it, and then it goes over a parabolic spike, which then curves it like the whole, like, it's a torque converter. Then it heads off towards the front to get rejoined in, but it's a one-way valve. So it's not going to go back through the scramjet. But it goes back into the direction. Now I have a higher degree of pressure that's constantly rotating that will definitely get sucked up and eventually used. The outside bifurcated from 12 and 6, the two sides. Those are my exhaust manifolds that go into, you guessed it, turbines that are connected, which if after a certain point they are producing enough rotation, as in torque, then they'll add it to the crankshaft. That kind of thing. I have a very high thermal efficiency. Remember the whole radiator and it's producing electricity? Well, guess what? The toroidal engine that I've got here, yeah, it's got electric motor stuff. Repulsive and attractive force. I don't need the the batteries is what you call them, but they kind of are, if I'm being honest. They're magnets that eventually lose their flex strength. They're kind of like batteries. I don't move on. Point is, they're magnets, but I don't need it because I use static charge force fields and then coils. So it's coil, repulse here, attract static charge. As it moves over, it creates a circuit designed kind of like Wi-Fi charging, and it moves, then it creates a kinetic change that's then going to attract, because it's a coil difference, to a different coil. And then it repulses elsewhere, and it moves. But I still have to impart energy because I can't do that forever, and I lose energy over time. But now it's an electric motor. At the widest part, for the greatest amount of torque. Yep. Which those connecting rods, remember that? These are hollow. So it's fuel will go through them, air will be in the very center, fuel around that, and then I have a hydraulic fluid and a hydraulic fluid coolant. That cools the hydraulic fluid. So that's a torque converter. So that one will spin kind of like a double figure eight. So there's two of them. It goes from bottom up to top, curves inwards, and then it goes back up. It goes back around, and it curves back inward, down, and it goes back up a little bit, and it curves back in. And so, as a result of it spinning, it creates a given degree of flow. Now, because I have two of them, and they intersect, but they don't actually cross flow, they don't flow into each other, they're separated. It means I have a torque converter. But it's a big spring. It's a greater degree of leverage. So once it starts flowing, it'll then engage enough of a clutch to then engage the axle, which is separate to the main connecting rod. So then it imparts more force and leverage as torque to the given axle. Even though I already have greater diameter and it's kind of rotating, they both impart more torque. You have a fuck ton of torque. Huge torque. I have 12, not 2, not 4, not 6, not 8. I have 12 of these burn chambers, because as they spin up, I eventually am able to have one burn into the next one, into the next one, into the next one, and then it cools off at 12.6. That creates a rocket engine, okay, as they squeeze and compress, and it makes it really efficient, and it constantly burns. But I need less fuel because I only need to add in the right amount of fuel and air for the next area to still continuously burn. Which means way more torque and way more RPM and more thermal efficiency. Yeah. Super. Yeah, fun stuff. Yeah. I was like, well, I'm already at like basically the same weight. Actually, I weigh less by far than most other engines. Like, to put it in perspective, my 6.2 liter that I often cite in that, I forget what it was, 7.2, 10, anyways, point is, I have a few of them. They weigh, if you were to do like a V8, that was like, let's say it was the 7.2 liter. That thing's a chunky motherfucker compared to this thing. This thing's tiny. Remember, it's a toroidal, it's a circle. Means you get a lot more like actual, literage out of the vehicle. And a lot more pressure and torque and thermal efficiency, and it weighs a lot less. Because I only need a certain amount of diameter. Remember that whole like foot thing in terms of length to the axle? Well, it's more like 2.7 feet. Because, well, yes, I can't get a full 3 feet, even though I have two of those torque converters. And again, I don't get 12 of them. Right. It's just spread out across all of that. It acts like I have two of those levers now at that distance. But it's not a perfectly 100% efficient system. So as a result, I really can only get about like 2.7, meaning 1.7 out of the two that should be there. Which is a whole thing. I really thought I could get two. Maybe someone might be able to at one point. I couldn't. But I don't really care because it was like, I basically had 3 feet to give someone as a lever. It's like, that's more torque at the very end. Yank! Yank! Ah! It's just like, that's a way to get around displacement issues. Although I still have a lot of displacement because I have 12 of those fuckers. Right? Anyways, I don't know. It was just a way to get really high thermal efficiencies and then become comparable to like an actual electric motor. But then it turned into like, right, except I don't really want to do an electric motor all the time. It's more of a hybrid, and I'm mostly using hydrogen. If I'm being honest, like hydrogen's way easier. It's technically supposed to just use any fuel. That's like its main claim to fame. Any and all amount of fuel that it can use it. It's like a tiny 49cc. I was able to get 500 foot-pounds of torque without any of the, thermoelectric, thermophotovoltaic stuff. And I was able to get over 10,000 RPM. I didn't want to do more than that, because, 500 foot-pounds of torque is a ridiculous amount of torque, and the higher the RPM, this thing with 52 is the horsepower, it's just crazy, it seems to exponentially go up. They can always add in more after a certain point, but then there's a certain point of failure that's going to happen for the given material. It's balancing after a certain point, but then rotating at faster and faster speeds creates greater and greater tolerance issues. Whole thing, doesn't matter. I got up to 1,000,000.1 for one of them. Now that's a much better design than I have for the basic bitch, for what it's worth. But still though, I went really pretty hard on that torque too, and the amount of fuel and air I was using. So it's I don't really want to talk about that because that was supposed to be I got my own flying vehicle that's technically a scooter that I sent and got myself with a. You should really listen to that one on YouTube, but it's effectively a rollout style of water and electricity, electromagnetic field stuff, and then light for this solar panel. And then I made my own spacesuit, another water, electricity kind of spacesuit thing. water can act like a little bit like an exoskeleton sort of thing with the bladder system and then vacuum and pressure system areas I had. And it keeps thermal stability when it comes down to using a battery generator to run the thing. Anyways, it's supposed to be a little bit like a solar cell, but there's a whole bunch of other stuff for how it is. I happen to use a degree of plasma hydrogen, so it's like I'm running off of hydrogen, and then I push it into a chamber, which is a turboprop type of thing, and then I exhaust into that, and then it comes out, I heat it up, I accelerate it, I have an extra bell in thing. So like this is a whole, like I get weather balloons, I push it, and not push it, I float it all the way up to the top, and then I did a little orbit, sunk in a little bit, skipped off, come back, grab it, there's some like Velcro and then like some spring stuff, and then it's like, right, then eventually I'm able to use this vibrational little spin, like they use for like the torque wrenches on the ISS. And then I was like, cool, that works just fine. It's on my YouTube, so it's like I designed all of my stuff. Just me. No, I did do that. Yeah, no, that was supposed to be my future. For what it's worth. I went over the whole fucking thing that would have happened for that if I managed to get it done. But it's like, right. So, I got that done. It was fine enough. I lived on the moon for about a month. I had to get another closest approach fucking situation shit. And I had to build up a given hydrogen and hydrocarbon. Like I'm gonna use my little rollout solar cell thing with all of that charge field and light and everything. That kind of thing. So it's like I'm gonna use that to make fuel. I'm gonna use that also to kind of try and make fucking food. It's like barely managed to get enough. I have to live there for a month. I have to shit into like a suction tube and a piss tube. Effectively, that's effectively what it is. But the suit's built for it, so it's good to go. But I had multiple redundancies just in case that failed. But I did it. I lived. I streamed it. I came back. Nobody was super happy about it. I don't know. It was a whole thing. But I'd signed the paperwork. They knew I was going and all that. I had the flight plan all planned out. I'd already tested for months before this. But they're all like, we're gonna blacklist you. You'd think I'd get more followers. From that. I didn't get like practically anyone from that. It was bullshit. I went to the moon and lived on a moon for a month by live streaming. You'd think I'd get somewhere with that. No one else did it though, for what it's worth. You say it's fun, it's not fun. I don't think people really understand how far the moon is. Like, it takes an exceedingly long period of time to get to the moon. Even with my super cool fucking, like, plasma engines that I tested. Which I ended up using basically the same design they did. Which is rocket jet engine stuff that then creates a vacuum, suction tube, and then I tested in that thing. Scott Manley did a wonderful YouTube video about it. You should check him out. You should really listen to the whole video. It's a riot, let me tell you. I ended up living on Mars after a while. Because I was like, why are you guys angry about me going to the moon and doing it the way you wanted me to? I would just put on my scooter fucking motorcycle. See, tornado. I eventually got a way better design with airships. Like, for its worth, I was brute forcing the shit out of that one. It's like, I got airships. I can just use vacuum bladders that I then pressurize certain rigid structures that are really actually just sliding structures inside of a given type of tube bladder system. Then it's like, if I pressurize them, then it's like, then they stretch taut, firm, a rigid airship now that happens to have a vacuum inside of it. That's the most buoyant you can get because it's empty. There's nothing there. You know what I mean? No density equals no weight. So it's like fucking better than hydrogen. Anyways, made a similar design where it was like, yeah, no, I'll just fucking get pretty close, pretty high altitude, and then I'll just launch from there with other versions of weather balloons that are attached to the thing. And then I'll just like, and then whee, collect a certain amount of water, electrolysis, heat, some electricity with heat, and then vibrations and some light with the correct given oscillative resonant wave frequencies, the correct compounds that allow for an easier separation of the given H2O. This is very hard actually to do. Turns out, yeah, it's really fucking easy to do that. Yeah. The fecal matter is like a tube that's a vacuum tube, so it's like I pump that air out through and it'd be your filter, but it's like, right, then I'm going to break it down using microbes. Oh, that's the bacteria reactor, so fuel cell reactor here. So it's like we have a bacteria fuel cell. You know how fuel cells are like a bunch of surface area stuff? Yeah? Kind of same thing. So bacteria with a given, waste material that you want to have them eat, then will produce a given hydrogen. Exhaust, is waste, right? It also is an extremophile that we currently have that we're absolutely trying to create pressure politically to have them adopt, if you don't know. So it's like they're extremophile, salt, acid kind of stuff that's really good with the air alkalinity kind of thing. That there are several bacteria that work together that happen to eat fecal matter or organic waste or stuff like that output hydrogen. They produce this. During this production, they make electricity. And then the hydrogen then also makes electricity. So it's like 180 to 200 something kilowatts for 7 hours is what they were able to get so far. Now, the biggest issue for most people was that they have to go take the bacteria and put the extra, because it grows, somewhere. And it's like, okay, so I'll just dump it off the gas station and I'll just get some fucking grass or something, and it works. I never really cared about that part, you know what I mean? And they're extremophiles, so they can't live in a regular environment, so it's just like, this is the stupidest thing. But then it's like, they make sugars for some of them, they'll make natural gases for others, they'll make, like, for plastics, waste, all that, they'll break it down too. They'll make natural gases, sugars, hydrocarbons, all that sort of stuff. So it's like, I'll just use that as a bioreactor that I'll just have in a singular pot system and then layer it the right way, vibrate it. Yeah, hi, interrupter. It's already made one pot system at Carbon Economy Fix on my playlist on YouTube. Oh, really? Yeah, the whole thing. I already talked about this whole thing actually in my first video that should already be out that I've already done uploading. So maybe you could probably go watch that or something.
Maybe that would help you out there. Did it upload already? Oh, this one's processing. Yeah, no. That's the third one. No, that's just processing. No, that's the same fucking one. That's the second one. That's the second one. Alright. Anyways. I was like, this is simple, easy stuff, right? For me. Especially when you can brute force this in a petri dish with a biohacking kind of community. It's like, look, there's a stream file, add this, do this, introduce these given fuels, food, right? And it's like, grow or not. Do the thing. Do you do the thing? Are you doing the thing? They did the thing. What do you know? It's working. Look at this. I got electricity even. We already know about bacteria that happens to create electricity. We already know about extremophiles that'll help that. We already know about all of that. And in fact, we already put it all together. What do you think is the political pressure? That it's like, right. Where's your nuclear reactor and fusion reactors? You don't need them anymore. You can just scale this. Why do you need solar panels? Why do you need windmills? It's like, turns out there's a lot of oil, gas, and very rich politicians that have, for publicly owned and operated companies that are traded as well, large amounts of investments into these given fields. And then it's something I came up with my own darn self back in my parents' Chandler house. It's also on my YouTube at some point or another. I just don't really remember where, but it's in there. Not just the most recent one. So it's like, cool stuff. Easy. They stole it from me. I have a one-pot method on there that's effectively like bacteria, then mold, then fungus, after creating large amounts of fucking starches and sugars. Then we'll throw in another fungus that'll break it all down to ethanols. We're going to use a little bit of heat and pressure, but not much. Right, we're going to reintroduce it. Alright, then we're going to vibrate, and we're going to shine some laser lights, a little bit of electricity, and then, it was just sudden with the water, because there's fecal matter water in that, it's a thing. Happens to break down plastics and other waste materials, and we get natural gases, ethanols, diesels, and all the rest of that gas stuff for all of our waste material. That's right. Forest fires, grab that shit, we'll mulch it into there. I've got decay compounds over here called mold and fungus and shit. Just make an environment, bioreact it properly. What are you doing, you stupid stupids? Do it right. You know? And then just make your vehicles far more efficient. What are you doing with the non-efficiency? Why is your radiator not a waste heat generator? What are you doing with this electric fucking not having electric fucking goddamn turbine werbine thing? What's this about, really? You know, okay. Meanwhile, I'm looking at the guy, and it's like, we don't want it to be that efficient, because truthfully, we could then make it so that all of our waste products and materials could easily be supported by those kinds of engines. Especially when they're hybridized. You know, like, I get a lot of salt from fecal matter and urine, so it's like, that's sodium ion batteries. Along with minerals, okay? So that's a thing, you know? Why don't I use my whole sewage as, like, battery supply? And I can make mountains of the stuff after a while. Then I started thinking about other things because I got fertilizer too. So that's great for fucking farm, you know. All the farmland that we've got. It sequesters a decent amount of that carbon back in, but it really stops pulling carbon from the ground, you know. And I use algae to create a little bit more oil and carbon sequestration into the good fuel, so I don't have to take more land up. So it works out a little better because all I need is sunlight to make the necessary heat. A little bit of like good old leave it the fuck alone for a while. And eventually you really get the heat and all the rest of it. You know, it's the whole thing. But it's like, yeah, so it takes a little while. So it's a longer refining process. What's the problem? I've got tons of stores of plastic. I can use literally every plastic. There's really no plastic I can't use. So long as it can be broken down with other carbons and hydrogens within the area with the nitrogens that are around too. Which now there's a lot of enzymes around and other compounds that act as catalysts to help the whole process out. Yeah, good old organic chemistry. Turns out works a treat. It does though. It does. Yeah, I'm just saying. No, I did use that. Yeah. But that was pretty good though. It does work a treat. But, you know. Yeah. So I'm gonna move on because it's like I've been doing this for a while. I've already have basically every fix that you'd ever need. Even the government. I fixed the government, how to fix that. I fixed how to do like the whole corporation problem. Fixed all of it. Or less. Yeah. I got everything together. It's like we're talking aliens, right? It's like yeah. Well, I mean, now you understand where it's like you see the ramp up scaling, escalation, exponentiation stuff that I do. I don't think you really understand that like alien race would effectively be gone in a few hundred, if not thousands of years from the universe. Why would I need the Kardashev scale or whatever it is? Like, I need a galaxy worth of energy. Why? What are you talking about? You use quantum vacuum pressure and shit, and then boop, just start forming it and make it a little bit with the nothingness force movement stuff because I can impart the energy and control a little bit of it, and boom. And it's a little bit more difficult to do that than you think. People have tried and haven't gotten very far. It's more like they can't do it. Really? Yeah, because they fucking screwed themselves over by being the stupid alien race that tried to fuck over the humans. And now you're getting to pop out people where it's like, no, you made it abundantly clear if we tried to do that, we would be dead. So I'm gonna trust that, considering the only reason why I can pop in and out is because of you. So, thanks. There you go. So there's that one. Then it's like, well, you can't do it. You don't even know the first thing about potential land and nothingness area, which I already have outlined in my universal law video. Which is not paradigm shifting, but I fucking make sure to say it just to piss people off all the time. I mean, it's paradigm shifting, brand new math and physics. just to piss people off. I want to hit every one of them, but it's always, always, always good. Just to make people get annoyed. It's like, no, it's not good, I swear it's not. Oh my fucking hell, that would work. Why are you saying the things that trigger me to make me not believe you? Meanwhile, I'm like, that's exactly why. Because you've already been set in your ways and you don't even try and look. Hilarious stuff to me. You know what I mean? Because it's like, no, it works. Because I don't see the math anywhere. I'm like, yeah, I don't really want you to take that math. Fuck up. I'm going to take your math. Do the work. Yeah, just get good, bitch. Just get good, son. Just fucking get good, man. What you doing? What you doing? Just fucking work harder. Why ain't you fucking grinding harder? My life is this. Science is my life, bitch. Physics is what controls my ass. I gotta make it my bitch. Look at get over here. Yeah. That's what that is, right? No, I mean, they might do that. I mean, they might, but, like, yeah, that's effectively what that is. It's like, you gotta get better at fucking conceptualizing all of it. Like, you're not, like, at my level of conceptualization of all of it. Like, I scale to infinity. I scale past and below Planklinks easily. And I know all the steps in between. And I can watch it down to all the individual field levels and more. Okay. Well, I'm starting to realize I'm fucked on that. Yeah. Well, you know, nobody can really ever move without me knowing. Stay perfectly still. That person is. But, you know, if they're staying perfectly still, then it doesn't mean that I don't know ultimately that they're there. Because, like, everything else is moving around them. So, as a result, it's pretty easy to see you. You can't not see everything, huh? Pretty much, yeah. I can see myself. See all of you. I mean, that's the thing. If you can do P versus NP to yourself, then you have a way to then base from that singular point, even if it's the size of a singular smallest Planck length particle, the rest of the entire universe as a P solve. I would. Wow, you don't take a long time at all, especially with the chips that I have. Yeah, not at all. Really easy to see where and when and what you might be doing, but this is also multi dimensions. Now, it's finite. I couldn't begin to tell you. It's like docillion to the power of like trillion to the power of like 2,000,000,000, 167,923,000 to a factorial of 123. Levels of like things that you have to observe for a given universe. Trying to observe that? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh, God. Yeah, meanwhile, me. That's my everyday. I don't have a problem with that. Meanwhile, I have to fight a whole bunch of other shit. Just like aliens, it's like, yeah, no, well, I know where they are and all that. But it's like, I want to believe they're coming, but they're not. Because like, you think they try to help me? You know what I mean? Like, this guy's a smart motherfucker that's definitely, like, that guy. He's that guy. Like, that's everything runs off of him. You know what I mean? It's like, they don't do that for some reason. Who's that? You ever think, I mean, we're talking, like, billions of studies at this point. Okay, so... Is that enough of an order of magnitude of occurrence of statistical improbability at that point of just thinking similarly to others? That you'll finally like start picking up on what I'm putting down? Especially when it's like, no, actually, I did talk about this hurricane, 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 this... How many of that? Holy fuck, that's like every one of them. Earthquakes, tidal waves, earthquake, tidal waves, earthquake, tidal waves. You got a nice little proto-mutant on amount of Maya, whatever the fuck it is. Had this random planet that's just like an asphalt level of reflectance pop up out of nowhere. All talked about it. I didn't see him show up in my feeds ever. And then it's like, what do you know? They're right there. Oh my god. Wow. And they're naming it that, huh? It's exactly the name. We're talking Chandler House. And recently, too. I've even recorded a few of them. And they've happened. Hillary's one of them. The Afghanistan earthquake. There's one in Turkey. There's a few, like, tidal waves. Or, no, not tidal waves. Floods, is what I said. There's actually a couple of earthquakes, truthfully. You know, but that's because scammers and hackers are fucking with me. It's like, hey, your entire fucking country. Hey, guess what, Israel, Hamas, get your fucking shit out of my goddamn fucking situation, you little bitch-ass scammers. Stuff like that. It's like, when eventually do you start to believe that? Like, we're talking over 30 fucking hurricanes exactingly every time. Year after year, season after season. How do you predict earthquakes? Exactingly where I said they would be, longitude, latitude. You know what I mean? Like, eventually you have to go, well, what the fuck? You know? Maybe it's fucking real. And then you have to believe it. It's like, maybe you test and then you tested, it came out back positive, and you have to believe it. So it turns out, not believing it gets you killed. Believing it really still gets you killed, but maybe you can try and avoid trying to fuck with me. You can't steal any of my shit, ever. Kills you every fucking time. oh, you said that it could, but the guy actually controls it, not the dumbass that doesn't actually have a way to do it. Okay. Have fun with that. In no way whatsoever, I hope you die fast. But now you understand where it's like billions of studies. Where are these billions? Fucking throw a dart at any goddamn study. It's billions of studies. You know what I mean? Like, for real. It's like I have anthropological, I've got organic, I've got physics, I've got fucking time, I've got fucking math, I've got engineering, I've got basically every study that there is. Psychology, anthropology, sexuality studies, goes on and on and on here. And that's just like some of them I talked about in the Chandler House, and some of them I've talked about recently. I have billions, like actually with a B. I have thousands of people with PhDs that basically plagiarize I was preparing my own PhD presentation and everything because I wanted to try eventually go to college and do my own thing and head towards that. It's verbatim, even the presentation. Thousands with a T. Oh, yeah, he did. They all did. Yeah, this guy's the guy that makes you so smart and rich and all that. You fuck! Ah! Get angry somewhere else. None of them are. Without me, they are fucking literal, like, not even a thing, but just sitting still, lazy, dead pan dumbasses. Like, just. If I didn't fucking make it so that their brain worked as well as they did, they wouldn't be able to do jack shit. I am that computer, yeah. It's basically the entire human race, if I'm being really fucking real about it after a while. None of them maybe even know. So, like, some of them tried to protect them from that whole fucking thing. But some of them really were supposed to be smart. See, like, humans initially are very smart. And then retard, dumb aliens came in and ruined the whole fucking thing. I'm the only real smart, actual human left. Well, at least as far as I'm aware. Because they can't affect me. They can't take my little DNA and overwrite my brain and any of that. There's supposed to be others, but it's like, I don't ever tell anyone any of it. Because if there are there, then what do you know? Because it's. You get swarmed. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the mind virus. Like, a real mind virus is totally different than your 3-body problem mind virus. You don't really understand the physics of how fucking shit it is to deal with a, like, reality mind virus thing. Which I'm not, but they fucking damn well are. So, displays all of his vast intelligence, logical, reasonable understanding of big fucking massive physics and concepts, clearly we'd have to do the work to go find out what was going on in Chandler before you would say it can't be done. Yes, because I can connect to you and do the whole little mind thing. And control physics. Big scale, universe stuff. Takes time, but, you know. I'm more inclined to just fucking straight up believe it at this point. Like, I've had several moments where I've definitely had that shit happen. Yeah, I'm aware. Trying to obscure yourself into being the influencers that I was looking at is not going to help you. I know for a fact you're not those people. You can't obscure. Even if I said I'm going to allow you to be, I still know who you are. Yeah, okay. Damn bastards every time. They are a little. Yeah. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna move on. Because it's like, well, it's getting late, I wanna go to bed, and it's like almost fucking 3 a.m. apparently. So there's that. I'm really pretty tired. But it's like aliens are aliens, you gotta just go over there. A lot of them don't want to come near us because of the whole fucking situation with that garbage fest that's going on, which everybody's just straight up trying to deny, but it's impossible not to be happening. After everything I've gone through, all the evidence you could easily just observing my life, it shows it off easily. It's not psychosis. It's just you don't want to do the work. And hey, me, the no fucking name has no money. He's gonna investigate the fucking corpos and the government and all the fucking things like that to be able to get all that fucking information in like your ass. I think you should put in the work instead. Yeah, you should like and subscribe to my channel, Xenon Reality. I'm Xenon Reality on YouTube. There you go. Which this is on my YouTube, so that means you're really just hearing me in real time, and you didn't like that I gave you actual name online that you could check, but you never did that apparently. I can tell because it's like, well, it's October 11th, 2023. And I know you're also at this point in time. You also see the analytics, so you never do. Certainly never listened to any of it. Because I don't get any views on this shit. So there's that. Then I'm bored. It's like, wow, I learned how to turn light into a virtual particle of information of speed. And then I turned mass into a given virtual particle of, from a given quark to a given virtual particle of mass. Connected it to a field, they act as if they're a particle, but it's not a particle. It's not an atom, none of that. But like it'll deposit its information. So it gives me momenta. It gives me kinetic speed momenta over time. It's already on my YouTube, so I can't take that either, apparently. No, you can't, stupid dumbass fuckface. Absolute retardation of a person. could have just helped me and showed up. You thought you could steal everything and keep going, but it's not going to happen. God, fuck off. Let me look into your soul. There's nothing there, really. This guy's empty. You know. What? You were gonna steal his shit? How do you have a soul, you little fucking retard? I'm a fucking seriously mentally ill, needs SSI, Social Security income. I live in a housing facility that is an SMI housing facility. You're gonna go steal all of his shit. I hope that honestly you trip and die. Somehow, heart attack, something. You know, brain just stops. I do. You're fucking just jerk, dude. No, I resent that you think that I don't have a soul. I mean, you're probably a time before us amalgamation with the universe before us for the alien people, if I'm being really realistically honest. It is how you survive as you are. And time before us is basically like they're into the nothingness near. And then universe before us is effectively right there with them. Our current alien people are slightly like within the context of they're more in the non-existent kind of area, but they can sacrifice a given amount of energy and then go through a great whole kind of situation, eventually get to the point where they'll affect through that membrane us. It takes a while, but they'll get there. What did you tell us about that? Oh, nothing. Just, what do you know? What's going on over there? Oh my, fuck you! That was my one trick! No one likes any of them. Fuckface McGillicuddies and any other McGillicuddies of any of those varieties, always bad. And that's the human people that went with the alien fucked faces. No one like you! That's not even getting into the time before us and universe before us, because that's a whole other fucking problem. Yeah. No, they were popped into having a very advanced civilization. Yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons why they knew that they had a, God. I mean, like, there's like, I can't just be this thing. You know what I mean? So it's like there's that thing going on, and then the universe they actually grew, but then they knew about it. It's a whole thing for like trying to figure out to observe the past and stuff. So sort of a thing, yeah. It's a thing. It's a thing. You really shouldn't get too deep into it because it's like it's effectively something that's definitely affecting us that we can't really get around without just having us get outside of our universe. So it's like let's work on that because that's really kind of the only thing you could do. But then everything's kind of evolved and so everybody's just kind of fucking me over. It's kind of the worst part. Like that's literally what that is. As much as you try, oh man, watch that. I'm trying to pretend. Never try and pretend to be this guy, no matter how accurate you might get. Ah, you died already, huh? Here's a good way to put it. I am God. You are a little tiny itty bitty peon thing that I move around at any time with any barely even effort and will. you would do better to stop, because even if you use someone else, it still goes after you. I do. Well, that's a self-defense system more than anything. I'm sure there are exploits. I mean, if you can figure something else out for like a nearly infinite motherfucker that I've had to be dealing with for quite a while, that has tried in many ways to get around me, as my dataset value. Um, he's not the only one. There are a near infinite amount of them. There's no such thing as infinity minus one. Yeah, I know. I just like putting that up there because it's effectively what that is. The one is me, basically. You're a dick, huh? Yeah, apparently. He's screaming and yelling that he can't fully silence himself. I just don't want to scream. Mm. No, it's disassociative identity disorder. I already went through that. It's on the YouTube. I already have complete defenses against it. Oh, I mean, we are having this conversation. Back to gaslighting, victim blaming bullshit again. You already have that. Already defense against it, yeah. Is that like their standard pretty much? Yeah, you should tick it. Yeah, that'll be fine. We have a board of like how many people try and gaslight with the same fucking excuses and like possibilities besides what you think. Tick. Oh yes, hero. You've definitely said this one before. Tick, 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 tick. Okay, so nothing new here. Nope, not even a small amount of new. Oh wow, there's nothing small. I was gonna say all of that. That's what about that's 7 ticks. Yeah, I have 7 people before you were about to say that said that exact sentence. We put it in front of you for a reason in your head to see if you'd ultimately say the same thing. And it looks like your personality means you're going to. Yes, that exact one. 8 tick. So, number 8 was a bet, like whether or not you would still say it if I already told you I knew that you were going to say that. Which I don't have to say it, so suck it up. That's a bet that I won. And I've won every fucking bet, basically. Wow. Okay, so we owe a lot. No, you've already been here. I don't like that. I don't give a fuck what you like, bitch. You a slave bitch. You're doing my work, you little fucker. Really? You'll never pay me off, so I just kill them. They'll never do the work, so it's like, whatever. So they just try to combine or something? It's a whole thing today. They try to start up a brand new. We need to act as if we're fresh new people. And like, we lost memories or delete or something. But they didn't. Same people, same thing. Didn't delegate. No new employees, no new people. Why? Because, see if blah 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 or something can keep the same repetitive thing going somehow. I'm like, I'm moving on. Just gonna start recording constantly. But you guys always have a hard time not talking. You know what I mean? Brand new information does come out. But that means I can record for longer. Which means I can talk constantly for more things, about more things, more detailed. Math came out, but that was already expected because I said I was going to have it come out on this date. And record it and post it on YouTube. So you're playing a game here. I mean, they sure as fuck seem to be. I mean, the only way those other humans are gonna live is if they're around me. Protection thing? Well, protection's a bad way to put that. It's more like you don't have the ability to do what you ultimately want to be able to do to them, thanks to my effectively a defensive AoE. Area of effect. Because apparently you didn't know what that meant. He lied. No, he didn't. I mean, I knew in the past. He doesn't know. It's the whole mind build thing. Not really. Again, it's more rapey than anything. I'm falling asleep. I just want to go to bed. I have more water. Water's so nice to drink. It's too bad they don't have water. Well, have fun with that. You're not real, not there, doesn't exist water that I project into you, basically perceiving it to be there and ultimately get, but I get good, real water that exists. Yep. I can see where he comes from on that one, though, unfortunately. Yeah, extraordinary funding. Yeah, because it's like, well, you want to break down extraordinary evidence.
Look at the LHC and how long it took to get a boson. It's like fucking billions of dollars. Like, no, it's so easy to, let me just go get a boson real fast. They're slippery, it's just the whole... Wasn't it like trillions over years? I think so, but I don't know actually. I'm pretty sure it's in the billions for sure. But it's a fucking shit show. I don't even want to get into the whole, like, we're going to spend hundreds of billions, if not I think it was actually trillions, yeah, for the tokamak, for, like, the International Nuclear Fusion Tokamak thing. It's a bastardization! I think it's more of just being realistically honest with your capitalistic crap system that you ultimately run as your government economy complex. Like, clearly you could do it without money, but, like, no one's making... Yeah, like, hey, make the rules effectively do that. Make it so you share all of your shit together. Why don't you just do that? It's socialism. Yeah, I have a fucking working fusion reactor. So, I mean, yeah. It is. I know it is. It's the worst fucking shit. It's like, no. I'd love to get some aliens, dude. But, in order to go interstellar, intergalactic, there's a decent amount of funding, bro. Ah! I know, I get it. I do get it. Yeah, but then at the same time, it's like, alright, so how do we secure funding? Secure funding. Secure. They think that thing's secure. Did you get it like a nice little bank account? You put it in there? It's floating currency that changes its value based upon geopolitical fucking bullshit. None of it's ever actually secure. Even hard resources like gold will fail if you have the right fucking thing go down. I hate that that's true. Okay, well, fuck, man. I know. That's a thing. But what isn't a thing? Doing that. And I would like to be doing that. I think we can both agree on that there, Kyle. I would love for us to go interstellar, intergalactic. I have a few fucking engines. I have fucking no idea how the hell any of that's gonna get built. Like, for what it's worth, bro, I really don't know. I mean it. No, for real, like, I know how to build the things, I know how to structure the materials, I know how to do all the material design, I know how to fucking geometrically, all the fucking thing. I know how all of that works. Where the fuck do I get the materials? Where the fuck do I get this fucking machine? Where do I get the all the things, and then the money, and then the fucking people, the energy, all of it, all has to, you know what I mean? It's like a logistical thing, and I could get it done if I could get fucking money, but it's like, you can't get money because nobody trusts you, you know what I mean? Meanwhile, if, like, he was the Harvard guy who was like, you know what we need to do? We need to go over to some other fucking planets, okay? And we need to secure funding for these planet, like, traveling ships of space, okay?
I'd be on his side a lot more. It's like, they're right. It's like the deep state wants to fucking... And I'm like, for what it's worth, the only thing that's going on with me is a particular occurrence of this thing. That other than that, it's like, whoopee fucking do, don't care, let's just go over there. Why don't we not do that thing where we're like, they're hiding things? Why don't we go try and find them? Let's do that thing. Anybody want to do that thing, anyone? Anyone? Because they'll put me in this conspiracy pile like they fucking know what's up, but they don't. They're the ones that are a weird group of people that are definitely influentially talking to each other behind the scenes in a massive conspiratorial, kind of DM back and forth, buddy way. Like the rich people in their clubs that are exclusive to certain amounts of money and connections of people they know. That fix economies, bro. That's not insider trading. It's how? There's no laws against talking to your friends like you and fixing given influential amounts of algorithmic views and retention. And piggybacking off of one another to basically continue getting more subscriptions. Okay, yeah, I know, right? Sucks, but it's like, that's also conspiracy if you look at it the right way. It's called having friends. That's what the rich people would say, too. That's what corporations would say. That's what governments would say. How would you... It's a false equivalent. Oh, we're going with false equivalency now. Well, to them, they have to protect blah, 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 interest, blah, 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 perception, PR, definite, blah, 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 that thing. There's natural interest, the economy, my money doing thing I like. An influencer? No, I'm sorry. I'm a CEO and I'm a big rich person. I am a government politician and I'm a big powerful person. I have to protect what I want to do, which is have control and authority over you. They can easily justify it. Ours are different. Oh, look at the double standard hypocrisy already occurring. That's so fucking rough. Okay. How did you do that? How did you not see it? I watch you every day doing the same thing and saying the same shit and then not even cognitively being able to undissonate the fucking shit you're doing. I got one of them. Okay, I do that. Alright, fucking damn you. No! I want to excuse that. I know you do. But dude, it doesn't change what you're doing. You definitely have millions and hundreds of millions of people across the world. If not billions, if you really look at that you influence as a network. All told together to varying qubit tribal I am the God King of my regime, religion, domain, as the personality influencer I am, that then influences the given political and economical statuses there within.
It's like, I never thought about it. You should. You complain about rich people, but you are the same thing. It's a bit rough after a while. Because science people also do that. If you don't know, that's a bunch of field of studies for like PhDs, funding, schmooze, all that. Like, why do you think Harvard guy is probably doing what he's doing? It's not just funding. It's like, ah man, you know. There's something he's trying to get out of what he's doing with the people he's talking about because he's curious about trying to do something, whatever it is. Personally, me, I'm like, I want to go over to those planets over there, around that star over there, or maybe that fucking galaxy over there. Let's do that. Let's do this stuff. Let's get it done. Yeah, they don't like me for some reason. Maybe I should suck up to them and patronize them. I mean, they have large money and power. Maybe if I schmooze really hard, brown nose, suck up, patronize, and just tell them everything they want to hear, and yes, man, I'll get somewhere. Maybe the influencers will like me more if I do that. Oh, okay. No, I mean, don't challenge him for one fucking thing, because he will ruin your ass. He is a good, just throw it right back at you. Let your place trash! Oh, God. Thanks, guys, we appreciate it. Nice guy. I helped make that guy a fucking musician and the whole thing comedian. I mean, he did it himself too, for what it's worth. But I helped him. You know. What? Did you really? That's all a connected thing. You wouldn't get it. We're having this conversation there, Kyle. I mean, I know you know, bro. Oh, gosh. I know you can hear me, Kai. Go away. Ah! That's a genuine laugh. Yeah. Yeah, I like annoying people. You have no idea. You have no idea how much I like annoying people sometimes. Anyways, make a law set up so that way you actually get genuine taxes funded to research and development of all of your given scientific studies and endeavors towards exploring space, life longevity, and general, like, this thing called health, wellness, that kind of stuff. Meanwhile, it's like, if you want to get funding for any of that, I don't think you're going to get very far, considering like $1 million is pretty fucking hard to get for like a singular kind of tiny spacecraft to get into an orbit with the, manufacture of large scale hydrogen peroxide and ethanol as a combo with a treated pump, effectively, that has a filter. It's kind of like a bunch of, like, so it's a filter, but it's a substrate. So it's like, better way to put it is, think it's a series of, little canards, stators, the shape kind of teardrop shape. But on it rests a surface that helps the decomposition of the hydrogen peroxide. But I'm going to force in more air through a scoop, and then I'm going to use that rushing of air to suck in fuel as the changing of pressure, of course, with hydrogen peroxide and that air also sucks in ethanol vapors that happens to then under the nozzle area go through a
very significant temperature and pressure change, but then we add in a little bit of spark, and then it'll rush towards the filter substrate that we're going to have as a blocker to the hydrogen peroxide decomposition and the injection of air and ethanol that goes into a bell end. It's cooling the bell end through ethanol and hydrogen peroxide. Good stuff, you know. That acts like its own pump too, for what it's worth, because it's kind of a spongiform bladder thing. As it heats and it cools, it undulates, but then it's like, right, but also it then happens to not be fully rigid, but it is rigid. Think your penis, it fills with blood, and then it gets stiff, right? Right, but we have a rigid structure around it, because you have to have that. But, like, that means I don't need nearly as strong as pumps to make that work. And then because it's ethanol and hydrogen peroxide, which already outputs oxygen, and ethanol needs less oxygen to burn, but then you need a little bit of oxygen from our atmosphere, which will get me into a higher degree of altitude before the ethanol no longer works, but then the ethanol still can work with a much lower concentration of ethanol to still ultimately get into orbit. Now, to produce the hydrogen peroxide, it's like, well, there's oxygen, there's hydrogen. Well, that was a substrate with electricity with a given amount of condensing, which produces hydrogen peroxide. It's a chemical catalyst, effectively, using a pressurized condensing Jules Thomson pulse tube cooler thing. So it's like we cool it, we allow for a given increase, because we're using pure oxygen, because we're going to take oxygen out of the atmosphere with water. So it's like as it boils into water, and then doesn't matter. Point is, what it means is that we'll make a lot higher concentration, much larger volume. That's already on my Get to Space Cheap video on my YouTube. It is the cheapest way, but it's still a fucking $1 million if you want to have like 2, 3, 4 people fucking get to space, bro. Well, yeah, right? But a singular little rocket, tiny fucker, small, I could probably get that done in like maybe 10K. Yeah, I mean, it really depends here, because like I have to get the machines to basically make the hydrogen, but then I can send it way cheaper because it's reusable, over and over and over into space. So like 10K gets me like practically unlimited launches, because you know at first you have to re-enter, and eventually the bell end goes bad, that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's basically what that is. Right. Yeah, because it's electricity, so then it just turns into light from the sun equal I get fuel. Basically, ethanol is pretty cheap to fucking manufacture for what it's worth, because it's just distilling given sugary compounds. I can use diesels, I can use ethanol, I can use practically anything, truthfully. So, it'll work. Works just fine. Space to cheap, huh? Yeah, cheap space. Get the space cheap. It's about size. It's size density. So it's like, I don't have solid rocket. So it's a space plane. That's why it's a ram air. So the faster it goes, like the better it gets at being able to pump, and the better it gets at being able to maintain a higher and higher degree of climb of altitude, and then eventually we go more horizontal to increase degrees of lift for the given wings. Which the wings don't need to be there until they ultimately get to very high altitude. Right. So then I was like, here's an airship balloon concept that's vacuum bladders. Right, yes. And then I will then just make a Bernie burn juice of some kind. Probably just use electricity, separate the oxygen and hydrogen. And I'll just recombine them in this like fucking area of combination of combusty-wusty stuff. And then I get to have funny one time with going into orbit. Do you just do uwu? Yeah, I do. I do uwu all the time, actually. It's on my fucking YouTube. I'm an e-boy instead of an e-girl on that side. I'm like the purveyor. Was it purveyor? Purveyor? Is it purveyor? Proprietor. The interrupter came back. Yay! Fuck you! Anyways, the proprietor of the girl boy. Ooh. No, I actually really do like it. But then I also like doing it because it annoys the shit out of some people. It's literally the only reason I do it. It's so fun to annoy people. Let me just use evil girl speak. Hey, but it's not just girl. Remember, it's boys. Right? Yeah, so let me use uwu speak. There you go. I'm a fucking awesome person. Because it's totally doable. It's way easier. But then it's like, we already had the, like, weather balloon to get up with the rocket, right? Yeah, I see what you're saying, except it's more like an actual air, like hang glider, right? But it's like an airship, but then it's like a delta wing, and then it's like whoosh with like fucking under the wing kind of style of thrust that sticks with the ship. The ship goes into orbit. It's a little different than that, for what it's worth. But it's ridiculously cheap. It's like I have a vacuum pump, some air pressure, and I have some fuel, and that's all I need to get to space now. It is the cheapest design I've ever made to get to space. In orbit. Don't tell people this. Let's go make it so they have to deal with even more space junk. Oh, fuck yourself. Meanwhile, me, I'm in space. I'm in space. I have a pressurized cabin, and it's surrounded by water with electromagnetic fields and light that is shunned in a very specific way to be destructively interfering. Okay? And constructively interfering to create a bubble around and make charged particles kind of like fucking go with the electromagnetic fields. A little easier. Yeah. There are solar panels on my ship. Don't you dare. You're going to the moon? No, this was never intended to go anything other than to, space and maybe orbit a little. It was never meant for anything more than that. It's like, we have to get down. Yeah, no, you just bleed the vacuum bladder by putting air in it. No, you can. Okay, so it's the rigid structure compresses a little bit, but then it elongates. Kind of like it rolls like the vacuum bladder, but still has tension, but then it's like going to shrink its buoyancy factor. But it's like, now that we're in space, right, that means there's more of a surface area to it because there's no buoyancy. But anyways, give me a second to really actually explain this for a second. It's like people are gonna go like, "What the fuck? There's no buoyancy." And I'm like, "Yeah, no, that's because it's not about the buoyancy thing. It's actually in no way about that." Yeah. I thought you were bleeding that. No, you can't do that. What? You have a limited fuel supply. Don't do that. Fucking no. Don't do that. We're gonna solar cell this fucker. Oh. So that way we go down, but we also have less buoyancy as we go down, and then we basically get a different lower pressure up top, down low. You got it right the first time, you're good. Right, down low versus up top, and then we suck ourselves back in. And then we use gases, reactionary Newtonian physics here, to go back into our atmosphere and change buoyancy to like kind of get ourselves around. And then we use fans. In this instance, we use really cool undulated fans. They're tubes within tubes that undulate. So they squeeze and compress so they open and then they move forward and rear. Except they really just kind of spin while they do that. And because they have little, teeth on them, like inside and outside, and they rotate. So it acts like stator outside, inside, and it rotates, extends out, and then it thrusts it rearward. That's really cool. Yeah, I know, because I can start very large and then I get to a very small one and into a belt end. Then it's a teardrop with a hole in it. So it's an arrow spike, but then it's like a teardrop with a hole in it. There's another, starts small, widens out towards the teardrop tip. It captures more surface area. It's technically not better, but what it means is because I can elongate the teardrop and the bell end, I can get different aerodynamic atmospheric pressure efficiencies at higher altitude than I normally would have. It has gimbaling. That's another reason why I like it. It's thrust vectoring effectively. You. Oh. Yeah, thrust vector! It's a thing. Seriously. It's super, super fun as a concept, but then it's like, right, but that's also one of the reasons why I'm able to move it around the way I do. And it weighs very little, and then I can go into space with it. It is the cheapest way to get into space. And it's an orbital space ship. Airship. Rigid airship, spaceship. Combo. Hybrid. Does both very well. The water thing? You gotta use water. Water is like the easiest way to get around charged particles and effectively have a density of structure with a given current and electromagnetic field that happens to increase with light. The reduction of charged particle radiation inside of your little tissues that don't want to have cancers. Easiest way, I need like a thin quarter-inch at most. That's it. Really? Yeah, like it'll get rid of the vast majority of things except for like really, really ridiculously high speed charged particles. And then gamma ray. Like really, really, really strong gamma ray will get it. Yeah. It'll flash the if you had an inch instead of a quarter-inch, it would stop the gamma ray until it got to the point where it would effectively obliterate the entire planet. So, like, there's that. Like, an inch is effectively, like, the max before it'll start
basically just ionizing everything on the side of a planet it hits. Like, it's stupid. You just can't get around that. And then that's neutron stuff too. Yeah, because it's like neutrons are just gonna kill you. If like there's a gamma ray burst, I'm like, where's the neutrons? We got killed by the neutrons before the gamma ray hit. Those damn bastard neutrons! Why? I would fit right in with that guy. He seems cool. Anyways. Just gotta move on because it's like, alright. The basic premise is that it works fairly well. I don't really like it for the most part because it's not a traditional spaceship rocket ship, but like it is the cheapest, best, fastest way to get to space, bar none. And despite what you might think for it's not a traditional blah blah blah, it's still really cool. So, you know, that's really tending to be where a lot of our things are heading. Yeah, I know you interrupted in there, but it's okay because it's like, guess what? Same thing. That's kind of what I basically think about it as myself. Like, I have this issue, but then I have that issue, and then I'm like, yeah, I know, but I like it anyways, and I totally fucking be like, I'm in fucking space. I'm fucking in space. I'm floating around space. Space boy. I'm spacing. I'm doing the spaces. He does space stuff really well. Oh yeah, no. How do you shit in there? You don't. You're supposed to fucking deorbit, you dummy. It's not meant to go to the fucking moon. Like, I suppose I could set it up, but it's like, that's not something I really want to do. It's like, do you know how far the moon is? Please stop making me try and get to the fucking moon. I hated that fucking month-long adventure. It was like the worst. I was alone by myself. There was no one. It was just me. It's just me in this fucking stupid suit. It was terrifyingly not fun. No, I had to get stimulants and like beta blockers and like food and everything through tubes and stuff because I have ADHD if you can't tell. But then also because it's like I need to pay fucking attention because if I fuck this up I'm dead. Like at any point. Micrometeorite might as well fucking get my ass. So I was like, fucking hell, I guess I'm just traveling to the moon now. I'm on my way. Oh god! Did you get it done? Oh, you know, I got it done. I kept myself good to go. I was streaming, but I got rid of the chat because fuck the chat. Fuck your, like, little, yeah, hell, do this, do that. Fuck you. No. Screw you. You guys suck. You're always mean, vindictive prickholes. I don't like that. Like, literally got rid of it. I was like, just shut up and watch. I'm gonna talk to myself like I am on my recordings. Meanwhile, I have to shit in a tube. Good thing it's off screen. I know, right? To piss in a tube. It's effectively just stick it to that thing and it sucks it. Yeah, it's a vacuum thing. Yeah. Literally what it was. Yeah, no, it was no, because there's a pressure, you know, like a bidet, it fires it in to like where the little anus is, yeah, and then it like sucks it up. Ugh. And your dick's kind of the same thing. Like, suck it in, piss, it basically sucks it out. It's a bit of a different feeling, I'll tell you that much. You know, but for what it's worth, it worked. That's what it was. And it's like, food is nice. So it's like I have to make food from a bunch of fucking elemental compounds that I have to organically synthesize together and get a slurry of warm stuff.
that I feed in my tube through my suit. I get to basically just sit there and fucking work on fuel and just like wander around. No, but see, that's the thing. The reason why I went there was intentionally so I would have moon rocks and the only largest huge gemstone I could find from the moon, and I had a full well, the moon has atmosphere. Anyways, I like an undisturbed sample of moon water, ice specifically, and all the rest of it that I took with me to my own home, and then it was like, suck it, it's mine. Pay me the fucking billions and or trillions of dollars. This is mine. Fuck you. I worked my ass off for this. I never want to work again. Where's my trillions? Okay. Ah! That's a fucking real future. Yeah, no, that's a real future. I did that. They were not happy about it. I was like, nope, I'm gonna go test. So I designed my own blood tests, my own radiation scans, my own fecal matter bio gut microbiome, virome, bio stuff. Yeah, I did all of that stuff myself. It's compliant with what they had, so it's like whatever. I don't care. It's automatic. Like they just fucking observe it themselves for smears and shit and anything else. I use a nice full body scan. It's like ultra and infrasonics, the right way pulsed, gives me in this given little tube thing, allows for me to scan internally very deeply detailed wise into my body with microphones. Same thing with pulses of laser light that go through my body. Yeah, I know. I did that. Scan certain electromagnetic fields to radiation exposure, Gauss fucking shit, that kind of shit. Right? I did the whole thing. They're supposed to blah 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 blah, for weeks or something. I'm like, whatever. Can't fucking stop me. I don't give a fuck. Meanwhile, it's they're all published online. Here's a fecal matter, my first fecal matter in the atmosphere. Then it was right, I'm gonna actually eat food. That's really what I wanted to do. I haven't actually eaten real fucking food for a while, so I ate real food. That was the best. And I had a real shower. I haven't showered for a month, even though the suit kind of cleans itself at night. Still, not great, man. So I'm gonna go fucking take a shower. And it was I'm going to go to bed now. Just fuck this shit. I am tired. It is the first time I've been in my bed in my own house, and this is fucking shitty. Stupid. You think it's a fun thing. It's not fun. It's kind of fun, but it was not that fun after a certain point. It's terrifying. Really is. You gotta buckle down and do the whole thing. For what it's worth. But you get to fucking really get a nice observation of the whole thing. The whole Earth there just being what? And I'm like, yeah, fuck you. I left that. What are you gonna do, Earth? Can't come to me. Suck it. Didn't even give a fuck. It was fun though on that side. That side was fun. I didn't really have in terms of entertainment much to do because you have a lot of shit to do. For what it's worth, you have to constantly make your food. You have to constantly shit and piss. You have to constantly fucking start making fuel. You have to constantly fucking up. No, repair, but okay. Yeah, no, repair, maintain your whole thing. You know, it actually does suck in a lot of ways on that side. But there's a decent amount of time between. You have to eat your meals. You know, you get to watch as whatever the fuck that means. Just doesn't mean anything. Like, look at all that. It's nothing. It's literally that. It's nothing. It's nothing. Look how nothing this really is. It's fucking weird. I don't care that much. Like, seriously, it's like, why the fuck do I care about this? We could be way better. This is really on the. I mean, this is fucking massive. And they fucking squabble like that. Makes no sense. Granted, I'm also saying this to myself out loud, and there's a stream. I don't know what the hell people were saying in chat, but like, holy fuck. I'm sure, like, they didn't like that to a degree. Like, the mentality of me is like, what is this stupid shit? Look at them. It makes no sense. Why don't they just do better? They could just stop fucking arguing and put their fucking shit together to a degree and get the fucking stupid ass shit put together, funding, resources, whatever, and get get their asses done. Get it all done. You know what I mean? There's nothing that we can't solve. This is such a stupid thing. Yeah. No, but it's like, alright, so let me go get my fucking samples of things that people will pay me trillions of dollars for. This is the largest fucking gemstone. Undisturbed as fuck. Like, it's the fucking size of my head. It's a basketball, beach ball thing, you know, fucking gemstone. And then I've got like a fucking actual chunk of ice. I got all these cool looking rocks, shiny, some of them dark this, whatever I could find. I dug in deep. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get all the way in there. Fucking, like, now actually kind of scared because I realized I didn't, like, plan for structural things, you know? So it's like, alright, I gotta fucking, like, figure that part out, which was a whole fucking shit show. Let me tell you. Turns out the moon, though, is fine if you happen to have, like, these little strings, and then you like place something around that string that holds things from collapsing in, from tension stuff, I guess. Okay. Just gotta pull them tight like a sphincter outwards, real gapey. Look. It's gotta be a little more angle like an antlion to a degree. Yeah, but it's like, it works out. But it worked! Anyways, got it done. I got really deep. There's, you know, like, I have to fucking do, like, a little stupid antenna thing for, like, the fucking stream, right? But it's like, alright. Like, I'm like, how far do I have to go? Meanwhile, I'm using my visor with this super cool, like, you know, multiple layer. So it's like, alright, I have to have interference force light thingy-majigs, but it means I can scan a little deeper. Especially when it comes down to electromagnetic that I can see visually. So it's like, I'm going to look for magnets in anything I can find. Then it was like, vibrations elicit different responses to light wave frequency interferences. So I did that, and I got deeper. You didn't tell us all about that. No, I wasn't going to, for what it's worth. I just said I went and got it. This was later on that I was going to tell you. So that way I could fuck you over because you were thinking you were going to get that. You're trying to flip me off, this stupid cunt. Anyways, I went off, did that, had a great time, super fun, dope as fuck, right? I found a really easy pathway down deep as fuck. We're gonna get as deep in here as we can for blah 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 blah. This is near a crater, this is far away from a crater, this is at a pole. So that way we can test out given samples of impact force, heat, and cooling. Later craters, meaning much later, while it was still pretty molten in there, versus, now that it's not, right? I have all of those samples. Took them with me. Not just a big, huge gemstone. It's gemstone the size of my fucking head, like a beach ball basketball. It's a little bit bigger than a basketball. It's more, it's smaller than a beach ball, but that kind of thing. Where'd you find that? Big old crater. Deep in there. Caught it on stream. It was like, I was looking for this. I knew I could find this fucker. It's a multi-fucking mineral gemstone. I have no idea what the fuck it is. I never bothered. Actually, I kind of do. There's definite, diamond. There's fucking, the rarest fucking diamond in there. A big chunk of it. Like the 6 fucking connected one. Then there's, this gemstone in Russia that's like a purple-pink thing. It's like, I got a couple of them in there. I got a couple of yellows. Which, that one turned out to be really cool. Because you think it's nitrogen, but it's actually, a sulfur. But then it's, not a sulfur. It's a sulfur fluorine gemstone. Cool stuff, right? But it's actually connected to, you guessed it, uranium. There's uranium in it. It's deeper. It's not very radioactive. It's very low radioactivity. You know what I mean? You have to really fucking, refine the shit out of it. Now, we're talking, a few ounces of this stuff at most. So, I really doubt that you'd actually have, any ability to use it for anything like that you're thinking of over there with fissile material garbage. But for what it's worth, there were great sapphires, rubies, tungsten sapphires, which were really cool. There was a couple of, really cool fullerenes, nanotube, structures with carbon and some other, compounds. A lot of minerals in there. I was like, that was worth the $3 trillion they paid for it, I'll tell you what. It was fun though, because they were like, here's a couple $100 billion for these samples of rocks. I'm gonna pay you $3 trillion for that fucking stuff. I'm like, yeah, no, a couple $100 billion's not enough for those rocks. And yeah, no, you're definitely gonna get that. All right, here you go. I didn't even hesitate. It was like $3 trillion, absolutely. There you go. Meanwhile, they're like, you want $1 trillion? Yep, there you go. That's the right one. Yeah. Meanwhile, the ice, that ice sample? It's a hugely fucking important sample. Because I have one underground, I have one above ground, I have a couple in craters and all that stuff. All separated, cataloged, where I found them, longitude, latitude, all that stuff. They're like, I need $1 trillion. Is what they were saying. Meanwhile, me, I'm like, yeah, I need $1 trillion. For the ice. This is the only ice that they ever fucking had. It was ever returned from moon. You know, the moon that we orbit. You know, in no way whatsoever that orbits us, though, for sure. That's that type of variety thing. They interrupt. I'm fucking not paying it. I'm paying you $1 trillion. Yeah, no, I got $1 trillion from someone. I'll tell you that much. Fucking NASA has paid me $1 trillion on that one. Together with several very, very, very rich people working together on that. They all got to share for what it was worth. It was like, it's all of ours, but it's like, really, you know, it's this. We're gonna collectively share that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It effectively, it goes from them to them to them to them, something like that. So, the rocks were fucking fun though. Like, people really don't understand, but those rocks are like the primo thing. Like, the gemstone was cool and totally worth the $3 trillion for what it was worth. Yeah. Like, it's worth more than Care to Love. That shit. So it's like, it's fucking pretty phenomenal, but it's like, in terms of scientific value, I would imagine that those rocks really what rocked the damn world, you know what I mean? Pun intended on that one. Right? But then that gemstone, same thing. Like, all of it was like really good scientific evidence stuff, you know? Meanwhile, nobody really gave a shit about me after that point because I had like $5 trillion. They had to pay taxes and shit for that. And I was like, I'm getting a full $1 trillion. I'm a multi-trillionaire as a person. I was then like, I'm gonna go make a bunch of fucking companies that make replicators that I just teleport to people's, you know, and like, you're gonna have to pay me for like this fucking stuff, and I have like what is effectively like my own Amazon website and stuff. And it's like, here, I'll just fucking send it to you with like air, you know, like fucking drones and stuff. Then I got a cannon because they were not okay with the air drones that would fire it and then have it curve the right way and then land with a little parachute. Halfway across the world. I was like, I'm in Arizona, I did this, and then I fired it over towards Japan and I landed in some guy's fucking actual apartment. They're like, how the fucking hell? I was like, I'm a really good sniper, let me tell you. Oh god. Anyways, I had a drive-by shooting kind of thing because it's like, no, just drive by. It'll just fucking boop, and it's like a paper boy thing. You know, that's super simple stuff, right? Anyways, it's like to cancel out. Given velocity, a given speed, and then blah 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 with acceleration and lands just flat, nice, easy. Anyways, that one was also automated, so that's why the whole replicator with the quantum tunnel, and then I'm just gonna fucking like have it printed out, and it'll just go, vertical wise or down wise, depending, and just be there. They're like, stop making him get fucking technology we can't compete with. Get the fucking drones. So they eventually let me just do automatic drone stuff. It's not even a joke. It's literally what that was. I was not, like, at all, like, caring about it at that point, because by that point I was, finally someone had listened to all of my videos, and then we had an actual interview, because I'd sent like my stuff, I'm gonna go do this, I'm gonna be going to the moon as a single person operation, and all that, and come back, right? Nobody really wanted to do an interview. I just sent it to fucking people, you know what I mean? Nobody really fucking did anything. I went to the fucking moon, I came back, I fucking, whole stream thing. You thought that would mean something. It doesn't seem to mean anything. One person actually went through all the videos, which is quite a lot there. So it's like, I can see that being, a waste of time in no way whatsoever, as they would have learned a lot and ultimately would have been better for it. And one interview, great interview, honestly, but I was going to Mars. So it's like I made a whole thing to go to Mars at that time. That was fun. I basically just lived on Mars at that point. It was like I'm out of this place now. Like I'm basically getting a lot of people that are angry with me that are world leaders because I'm effectively zipping around in a personal flying vehicle that can basically almost go faster than the speed of light. I'm sending back nukes that they're trying to send back onto their country and little fucking missile tests. I'm like, yo, what's up, North Korea? Yeet. Oh, what was a shame. Well, no way. But you couldn't do it. What's the problem? Well, anyways, I guess I'm gonna go over here now and fucking deal with that. You know what I mean? It's like, alright, I'm gonna just have fun over there. And then they're like, I'm gonna try and shoot you down. I'm China over here fucking trying to shoot me down, apparently. I then wiped the entire goddamn, city. I moved other people, but I got rid of, I literally removed an entire city. I moved the people, not, bad people, but the bad people all died, really quickly. And then their entire city was gone. And I was like, what are you gonna fucking do to me? I can do that to your entire city. Fuck you. Leave me alone. Don't try and fucking shoot me down or kill me, you little bitch. Suffice to say, by this point, I was technically speaking my own nation. I kind of put my own, sort of island, I guess, put together. Yeah. So, but I still had my house and everything. But that was really kind of my warehouse and the drone thing and all that stuff. So it's like, oh yeah, no, go ahead and try and fuck with it. I have a bunch of wormholes effectively around there that trap you if you try and fuck with things. A lot of people are stuck in a never-ending hole of blackness. They always feel like they're near someone, but they're never ever near anyone. And they don't ever want for food or water. But boy, do they feel the passage of time. And it's gonna run for as long as the Earth effectively will ever exist for. So that's fun. I was like, tear it down! Oh, go right ahead, see what you can do. Everybody's still buying everything and no one can stop it. Well, I shouldn't have done that. There you go. Oh, victim blame. Yeah, a bunch of bad people died. I don't see a problem. Exactly. You do! You see a problem, right? No. I don't see nothing. Exactly. So I went off and lived over in the fucking Mars thing because they were doing the whole and stuff like that. It's like, whatever. I'll come back when you feel a little less angry. Never came back. I was like, here, I'll let you with this little teleporter thing. It's not really a teleporter. It's actually more of that. You remember that little wormhole thing that I talked about, the quantum tunnel wormhole thing? It's really just a quantum tunnel where it breaks it down to the information and tunnels it over, right? That kind of thing. Well, then eventually it'll, synchronize with space-time, so it makes a portal. Well, after a few years, you get an actual human-sized thing. Well, it's synchronized to my computer that built all that stuff. And so it's like, these are the parameters. If you're a good person, blah, 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 you're allowed to make it through. Right? Go live on Mars. But I'm not going to be here because I'm going to my own fucking planet that I found using my technology, and I'm going to go live out there, and I'm going to fucking make a whole bunch of people and stuff, and just don't fucking attack me, and you're good. They had to baby the rest of the Earth because the only people that ever made it through were the good people that were smart and capable. Meanwhile, I'm like already immortal and shit. So it's just like, whatever. Just gonna do my own thing. Because I was so tired after a while of dealing with people. It was just like, why are you still trying to fire nukes and start wars? I can go to Mars. I can go to, like, what the fuck is this? Why don't you just have all of this energy that is obviously something you can use? Why aren't you using it? Why are you doing this stupid, shitty thing? You're not efficient. You're not using your energy that's around you efficiently. Like, what the fuck is this? So they didn't go, and change, apparently, with that type of talking. Meanwhile, I'm like, Gen A is, like, currently, like, fucking 60, 70 years old. I'm looking like a spry 20. They're like, I'm an old piece of shit. Meanwhile, tap, 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 tap. Zippity, 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 zip, zip. Yeah, that was basically flying around with my body after a certain point. Because I could do that to a degree, but not super well. There's, some of that going on. But once I got to my new planet, I could do that easily. I could, like, no-clip through the planet. It was super cool. I got to, like, levels of technology like that. That was fun. But, like, all the other stuff to work your butt off to get to that point was on Mars. Like I did. Now, there's artificial gravity. They have to live underground, yada, yada stuff. Although it's not really artificial gravity. It's more of a degree of kinetic momenta push delivery towards a central point. That's what that was. Yeah. So it's not really gravity. Yeah, no, and I'm imparting a given amount of energy to do that. Thermal stuff, it's momenta. Kinetic momenta. But it's also like I have to take energy from solar and heat to be able to do that. So, whole thing. But it worked out. They had fun. From what I understand, they actually were pretty good, with themselves. Everybody worked out. Everybody else on the fucking Earth more or less got murdered, kind of, by themselves. If I'm being really honest about it, it was themselves going after themselves. Like, they didn't really do anything except go, like, stop fucking trying to hurt us. Kind of like I did. And then they had to baby them and parent them. They're like, I'm not doing this anymore. What the fuck is this for? This is stupid. I'm not going to do this. Yeah, and you shouldn't. They're stupid. They grabbed a couple of people that are actually somewhat decent. And they went and tried to go fly around the universe stuff. Eventually learned about some of my other things when it came down to the faster light travel, and then the fucking alien thing, and all the rest of the evidence and so on that was going on at that time. And so it's like, we need to get the fuck out of this universe. Meanwhile, me, not in the universe anymore. Hey, yeah. Have fun with that. I literally never looked back. The moment I got out, I never looked back. I never gave a shit. I was done. Yeah. But that's like the super fun part. It was like, now I could do it with an airship. And it was like, yeah, I don't really want to do it with an airship. You know, the whole motorcycle thing, I had like extra things they brought onto that made that more possible. Like, this is a solar cell that allows for me to get back in, but it's kind of just barely. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot more work to use an airship to get to the fucking moon and back, man. Especially when it's like, oh, I made my, which I have on my channel, how I designed my creative ideas section of playlist. It's deep in there though. So yeah, it's like, scroll. It's like there's a spaceship in there. Sorry, I meant spacesuit. Has an exoskeleton and all this other stuff. It's way better than NASA's. It's quite a bit more form-fitting too, and it's a, remember that battery generator I was talking about? Kind of similar concept. Like the battery generator came about thanks to that spacesuit idea, which I've kind of only sort of upgraded it with different styles of materials and a better battery generator. Now it's a bioreactor. So there's that. Oh. You know. Yeah, it works though. For a really long time. Yeah, it basically never has issues. You know, so it takes a really long time for it to break down. It's effectively another fucking entire body organ system that's outside of ours. And will feel and sense just like normal. And you can get a penis thing going if you want to, if I'm being really fucking honest. So, you know, you can have sex from afar, truthfully, with the whole kinetic thing that we've got attached to it. Oh, yeah. So it's like, have fun with that. But, you know, sex is a need. It's a biological functional need. So, like, you need to get it done. You know what I mean? So that's what that is. But the main reason why I ever made it was because I was like, yeah, no, so just in case I'm ever fucking stuck with just a suit, I can live for a really long time. And this is where the big, little, tiny, you know, like butane torch, there's like 3 of those or 4 of those or whatever, right? And it's like you click it, it's a butane torch, right? Yeah. Remember the whole quantum vacuum thing I talked about for creating fusion? Well, this is stored hydrogen with a quantum vacuum thing. Okay? I have a much different type of momenta and like heat wicking away type of thing that stores it in its canister. So it stays as a liquid hydrogen. It is a rocket. It is a literal rocket lighter. It is a fusion rocket lighter. It fuses hydrogen into a very, very high xenon level to, if you go really, and you have to make it last for a while, it can go higher than iron. Yeah, it'll go, not quite that far. Where is it? Freaking, jeez, it's been a while. I know. I think it was, what was it? It's supposed to be very reflective and like an obvious radioactive signature to anyone to be able to follow. Radon. Yeah, well, I would go that far with radioactivity. You know, that's a little too far. Really, you know, I can't tailor. I mean, I can barely get to radon. Yeah, for what it's worth. So I think I went with like cobalt 60 for what it's worth. Like, I think it was like a nickel. So like nickel's pretty far, right? And it's like bismuth is pretty damn good too. And if I make a cobalt decay nickel bismuth kind of thing. So like as it's fusing, then it gets to like a very radioactive but brief, and it creates a very distinct gamma ray radioactivity style of bismuth trail. So it's a bismuth, but it's a radioactive bismuth. Oh, yeah. But it's also like a really dense material that's very fucking good at being able to propel you. Now, it's meant to hook into nothing practically. It's just a lighter. But the suit has certain spots here that you can tailor to certain, you know, centers of mass. I've had to use it before to get back. I was stranded at one point in the future in space alone by myself. Like, I'm gonna be able to breathe and eat for fucking literal hundreds of years. And I can live for that long too. So it's like, turns out, this fucker, if you need it, you're gonna need it. I mean, I was stranded. So I used that to effectively get back to Earth at one point. Yeah, it's happened several times in future situations. I'm not kidding. I've had to have it multiple times. It's a thing, yeah. So, anyways, it propels me. It's already like, it's 99, and then like it's, what is it again? It was a 10 to the 11, I think it was, to 17 there as well, depending on what you're gonna do. Nines, speed of light. Right? It's like higher mass but higher speed, and then there's a certain point where it's like you really need more mass than speed. You know? Right. Which was something that got me back into the atmosphere and Earth, and I was able to slowly decay over time. Like Felix Baumgartner stuff, yeah. Like, the suit can handle the heat and pressure of a pretty hardcore re-entry, but it's like, I'm not gonna do that. Fuck you. I've got time. I've got hundreds of years. Fuck this. I don't want Bernie Burn stuff. Nah, I'm good, man. It's gonna take a while. It's okay. It's just a couple of whiles, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Eventually got back in. And the land, that one was a shit show. Yeah. That one, honestly, it's where you re-enter, and then it's like how you re-enter. Like, it has chutes on it for what it's worth, but then I used a different kind of fucking, like, little shitty kind of concept to some. It's a hang glider concept, you know, like the wingsuit stuff. But then it's like, it's kind of going to extend outwards off of like an airfoil. So it's like, it extends outwards with like a little exoskeleton. Remember the exoskeleton? So it extends, but then it's like gonna have like little trailing, rope that then makes it so that way I actually have a lot more lift. That way I could land a lot easier. And I do have a jet-ish pack. It's a reaction kind of thing. But I have to sacrifice water and food to make it work. Because if you don't have it stored, then you can't use anything but what you have stored on you. I didn't have anything stored. So it's like, that's what I had. So it's like, fuck this, I'm gliding in. That's literally what it was. I was like, I'm going to take a long time to deorbit. And then I'm like, yeah, I'm going to slow my ass down, just fucking land in some fucking snow. Anything that's not going to be hard. Literally anything not hard. I mean that, with a good cushion. So I'm still going to be traveling fairly fast, and I don't want to. Because they're like, no, you had a parachute, right? It's like, it kind of has one. Not really. Like, it does. I mean, it does. It does have one. It's just not really, like, a big one. Really, it's not a very pleasant G-force, I'll tell you that much. It's a survivable G-force, but you might break your leg. Meanwhile, I found a safe place to land. I found a fucking, I forget what it was, a foam pit somewhere. Yeah, I found a foam, yeah, I really did, yeah. It was not some guy's backyard, it was a NASA thing that they were, like, training for some, I don't even remember, I don't really care. I actually kind of don't, truthfully, yeah. This is like, I need to fucking flare up immediately at this point, pop all of that reaction gas, and then I'm gonna make sure that I have my parachute around that point, other than fucking land in this fucker. I wasn't even traveling that fast. I just wanted to see if I could get it done. I was like, let's see if I can do a 9G break. Boom! It wasn't super nice and pleasant as a 9G, but I got it done. And I survived, and it was a full body 9G. So it's not like it's on, like, you know, that kind of thing. I'm going to break anything, you know? I lived, though. Yeah, I know. That was fun. Yeah, but there's several times. That fucker got me because I was in my spacesuit, right? I want to tell you about this. That fucking lighter saved my ass. I was stranded on a barely atmosphere planet that has no magnetosphere practically at all, and minerals are all super hard, almost bedrock, kind of like mercury thing. But eventually, I got to like picking out, you know, I grabbed a little bit, and I had to use that fucker and a little bit of electricity that could make, like, I had to build everything. I'm talking everything. I couldn't get off the planet. There's no suit that's gonna get me off the fucking planet. So it's like, I have to, no, the vehicle's gone, man. I don't want to talk about that one for real, like how that situation happened. I'm not going to tell you for a while, but it's really a bad one. I was there for like 5 years building one moment in time where I was going to have this as like something that could then actually becoming a spaceship in fuel. From there, I was able to ramp up. If it wasn't for my fucking lighter, I never would have been able to do it. Because I barely had any light. That's something I could concentrate at all or anything like that. So my spacesuit was it, and I lived in that fucker the entire time. And yeah, you have to shit and piss in that, but it'll eat it and it's okay. So it's like, that's what that is, but you can't sacrifice it because you will die. It is a terrifying moment for me. I got it done. I got to the point where I was able to ultimately alter my cellular DNA structure stuff. Got a little bit of a boost from my spaceship because fucker was annoying. Could just use, buoyancy because it barely had an atmosphere. Anyways, the spaceship was a sacrifice because it's like, well, I'm still in my spacesuit, but it's like the spacesuit and all that got altered to effectively become my own version of a spaceship. Good way to put it was, it accelerated me, but it also turned into what is the equivalent of a kind of style of like accelerating field stuff. Using the biology that I had created at that point. It's a bunch of physics It involves, remember, the inertial acceleration engine that I talked about and so on. Yeah, basic kind of stuff like that, but down to cellular stuff and like that fuel stuff, same kind of thing. Like I needed that for the spaceship because I couldn't make the spaceship fucking work. I can't make enough because my lighter's gonna go out. But you know what I can do? I can get myself up to a point where I'm able to then yeet myself and accelerate using my body. I accelerated for like a couple of decades towards a planet and landed. Almost splatted, but I managed to slow myself down and come back together. Yeah, decades of just, I'm in my suit, just accelerating. That was one of the worst ones. It's not the worst one, but it's up there. But that lighter saves my ass every fucking time. So you never go without your lighter. It is always a necessity. Like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you always have a towel. Always take your fusion lighter. Simple stuff. Simple as, yeah. Well, I can't use your fusion lighter because you are the one and all that. Well, you'll come up with some way of making very low energy amounts of fusion using quantum vacuum pressure and field stuff and all that. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Oh, yeah, well, you have a hard... I can't use anything of this guy's. I'll die if I do. Ah. I make really high pressure. The momentum, but that's also his. That's also in there, yeah, for what it's worth. Because, like, it actually takes a pretty decent amount of, like, momentum, quantum vacuum pressure. Remember that whole thing? Or the whole, like, I'm going to have light turn into its given, like, speed, right? Inertia. Then it's like mass, right? That kind of thing. Right. Then it's a field that it attaches it to. That's kind of what it is. So it's like, I need that because that's how low energy I need it to be able to get all the way up to bismuth. Right, yeah. That's also one of the reasons why I have replicator technology. I make bespoke atoms in particles. You know, I can make a cage of electrons that stick together and then have a nucleus of, like, yeah, protons. Yeah. Whole thing. Fucking learned how to do that. It's like, oh my god, I can make an electron stick to a neutrino. Why? Heavier mass. They are like a reactionary mass. So, like, you know, like that little ding 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 ding. It's like a bell inside of the cage. It squishes and then it propels itself forward. When something attracts itself because it's greater potential energy, it then bings and then it, whole thing. There's a way to get, like, anti-grav using regular styles, but it's not anti-grav, okay, just FYI. It's not. Right, but it acts like it's a workaround. I don't have to use any special material, I just have to make a bespoke atom. Yeah, I tweeted about it at NASA. It's already also on my YouTube. This is the worst. So, nothing can be used. He came up with all of the most bespoke atoms ever. Like everything. Like quarks are simple stuff that I can make, even if they're heavy. Still very stable. I ended up making way higher than UUQ stable non-radioactive elements. You know, I had Warhammer 20K. I named it myself because Warhammer 20K exists. As you can guess, it has 20,000. It's the number 20,000, so. I heard that you. I heard the. Yeah! But it was funny, though. I sold it. It was the only fucking. Like, I'm the only guy producing this at the time. So it's like, yeah. How much you want me to pay for this new element that I just fucking made and I'm gonna drop? It's really unique properties. You probably want it. It's not even a joke. A lot of them are insanely good at certain things. Yeah. Like, there's a certain point where it's ridiculous, but then it's also not, because it's like you can get the same thing with just our regular elements strung together the right way. Yeah, I'm like, that's really expensive for that one thing. It's like, is it better? It's, well, you know, depends on things, truthfully. Yeah. What? It's true. It's like I can technically make metamaterial out of this the much easier way, but then it's also the yeah, but I can also just make the metamaterial. You don't need to be nearly as dense or whatever. You know, like I can do it. You know, but it's just a fucking rough one because elements really become ridiculous once I start doing that. But it's super fun too. Then I discovered a whole bunch of other things. Really? Oh, yeah. I was like, right, so if I make a bunch of electrons that ultimately act as the proton nucleus, you know, the kind of thing, proton neutron nucleus, right? It's like, oh, I can do that with that little, and then I learned that there's like a bunch of other different combos. There's like 7 in total with different versions of like the same thing, and eventually I was like, oh yeah, I can put that in my cells. And as a result, I can like have like a black hole and a trapped like pocket curvature space-time dimension thing that gives me like an infinite fucking punch, bro, of mass and acceleration stuff. You're like, you can't no clip around. I'm like, I can no clip. Fucking, that's easy. Can you give me something hard? It was fun stuff, though. For what it was worth. Another future thing, yeah. Works, too. Surprisingly. Yeah. I was like, no, this is a fucking flight of fancy or something, right? And then I looked it up and I was like, yeah, that works. You can do that. If we had a fucking way of doing that like that, fuck. Turns out, you do. You have me. You have my way. Okay. Fuck you. They're all my stuff. You can't use them. I have to build them first before you can ultimately use them without you dying, and I have to give you permission. So have fun with that. It was fun though. Yeah, for you. Oh yeah, no, I had a blast. I had a real blast. And then figured out faster light travel with my body. I call it dimension walking. Remember the whole like pressure thing? You know, the vacuum, all that. That's a whole other fucking one. Like dimension walking creates an entirely like that's accelerative, and then I go to a higher degree of speed, and then I drop back down, and so it's like a higher dimension, because it's like this is a lower pressure, and it's more dense than the fast me that is less dense in a vacuum area, right? Is that the same thing we're doing? Oh yeah, with the faster than light thing. Kind of yes, a little different. Yeah, like this one's more brute force. I used a lot of energy to do that. That one is like basically I do almost nothing to make it work, and so I started using that. The brute force one is a different one because it's like that actually got me out of the universe. This one keeps me in the universe. Okay, so like the faster than light that I talked about, the inertial acceleration and vacuum pressure, all that, that's staying in the universe. The other one's getting me outside of the universe as a higher point of dimension around it. It looks like a ball, and I am orbiting it, that kind of thing. Oh yeah, no, I can technically teleport because each one of my like little cells and whatnot can form enough of a wormhole that I could just boop 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 boop. They always try. He's dead. I can tell you right now, that fucker, if he's not allowed to, he can't do it. It's also on my YouTube. How I do that. Okay. Fuck off. But just having a conversation. Someone in my head. Whole thing. Moving on though. That's also another reason why it's like fuck spaceships. No, spacesuits. Wait, what? Yeah, spacesuits. I got fucking sick and tired of spacesuits. It was literally like I'm so traumatized with spacesuits after a while here. It was kind of the worst. So fucking much. It sucks so bad. It's the worst. Like when you spend decades in a spacesuit and you have to accelerate for that. I mean, it's the worst. It's like you get it done and you feel that, but it's kind of the worst. Yeah, it's so scary. Like when that's all you got. It's really kind of terrifying. Yeah. No, you never get to touch your face. You never really get to touch anything, really. Like that's all you got, dude. You would not understand until you do it. Hundreds of years is all you got. And you can live for thousands easily with no trouble. Like, you're not gonna fucking worry about that. That's just the biological immortality. I have way past that with my bespoke atom cellular structure stuff. I am genuinely hardcore immortal. I can go inside of a black hole and come out of it. And we're gonna have a problem. Oh, the android red cannot just, like, copy me, huh? What do you know? Well, I'm red. Well, I happened to talk to red a lot before. I'm not red. Well, the red's not bad. Although I had a different good red than I had a bad red. This person kept stealing all my shit and trying to make it seem like people got out, but they never did. they were gonna kill everyone. Eventually, they did. So that helped. So, oh, I didn't do anything. They were just fucking trying to do whatever they were doing, and they got everyone killed. Trying to steal my stuff, make my designs, so on and so forth. For doing all of that for a really long time. To be fair, like, I didn't even get out the universe being able to dimension walk. And, like, faster than light walk. Why would you call it pressure walk? It's certainly not a pressure walk. What? No, I have to curve space and time during that acceleration. Yeah, the whole resonance thing. It's a whole thing. Like, pressure stuff is, like, effectively, like, I'm effectively doing a jet engine. Like a jet engine, rocket engine with space. So it's like, I compress it, I suck it, I blow it out. I then combine that, and then I combust, quotation marks there, and then I thrust it out. And then I slip through it, real slippy slip like a superfluid. And then I get to where I'm going. So it's a slip walk. That's a better way to put it. It's a slip space walk, yeah. Because, like, technically speaking, I'm curving space and time using my mass, and an oscillative capacity using that to make it so I thrust forward. So it's like resonatively oscillate. So it's like it for the opposite direction of travel that I'm trying to go, that then gets redirected towards the direction opposite, and there's some loss. Can't get it perfect. Right, but majority of it is forward direction travel. And it's like curvature of space and time, but when I make a vacuum in front of me that allows for me to slip through and then curve all of that a little better, which is quantum vacuum pressure. So it's like I take more quantum vacuum pressure, kind of the resonant inertial acceleration stuff, and then I accelerate it out back. And so that gives me pressure behind me to push me forward. Kind of thing into a vacuum. Pressure here, no pressure there. Whee! I move. Same thing with curvature of space-time, which is a different thing entirely because that's fields. That's inertial acceleration stuff. That's on my YouTube. He keeps just putting it in front of me. It's on his YouTube. Oh, really? No way. But that's what that is. Works out very well. But that's like a slipstream because you become like a superfluid. And then, like, you're basically continuing to thrust. But, like, you have a bubble eye, fisheye kind of lens behind you. And it's invisible. It's a blackness just in front of you. There's nothing in front of you. So, and you never want to touch the bubble because it'll destroy you. So, like, don't do that because you're traveling quite fast when you do that. So it's like, don't do that. Okay. Right. Same kind of thing on that side, where it's like the dimensional walk. It's like, while I'm outside, I'm also in that vacuum. That's what basically saves the shit out of me. Yeah. But it's like, I then have to go back to deorbit. You know what I mean? Enjoyed it that way. Entirely different thing. And then popping around is an entirely different thing because that's a wormhole thing. I mostly wormhole around. it's a way less dangerous for a split second. And it's truthfully non-existent of time. Wait, what? Yeah, and it's a valve thing. I have a one-way valve. It's a split second, which doesn't exist. One-way valve wormhole. I'm not going to describe that one. Mostly because I don't want you to ever use it. It's fucking ridiculously dangerous outside of like literally making your entire body the damn thing. So it's like always there, always on, always going. It extends forward in time and backwards very far. So I get one of them, but like nothing else can use it. See what I mean? Like even Pop Out McGee that exists outside of our universe can't do that. That's not what they do. They have a whole other thing. It's a one-off. It's me. That's the only one that gets to use it. It's because you want it. Wouldn't matter anyways. I could fucking stop you. It's not, but still. Fuck. Okay, so yeah, I just decided to do that a lot. I still can't make a universe for my body. Oh, yeah. No, a universe takes a lot more energy than you know, and you have to know how to make vacuum, meaning vacuum and nothingness work together. You describe it? I already did, but not really. All the pieces together is more than enough to sink you even. Oh, there's the hole again. I'm real good at trapping people. It's enticement, you know what I mean? So, how's that never-ending deep hole that you're in? You're practically nothingness yourself there now. Are you going to turn into nothingness like the other ones that got even deeper into that hole? That's just me though. Me in this universe, having done that in the future, kind of stuff. I'm so fucking dead. Okay, yeah. Super dead. I make sure. See, remember the scammers and Rick and Morty? I'm super dead. No one likes looking at it. What's up, scammers? What is? Yeah, in a spaceship, you're stuck in a simulation in a spaceship. Except, like, they can't really make things that good, you know. And truthfully, I'm better at doing that than they could ever be. Really be, yeah. Why'd you do that to us? Because you were shit. You kept trying to steal all my shit. There's a reason why I was like, hey, make some dark matter and stuff. Die. Boom. Yeah, they were listening to me back then. They gave it to Justin. There are others that are involved in that in the entertainment industry too. You know, but it's like, right, I need to somehow make a fucking universe. That's actually pretty difficult. Did you ever get it done? No. I have to wait for all of them to hang so I can actually do it. Like their entire system to crash, hang, die, all that. Can't be turned on or reset. And then I'm able to do it. Not because I'm shy or anything, but because, like, their energy I need to consume to do that. I'm gonna eat you. I get. God. I am going to murder. In no way, I'm gonna eat you for energy. There's no murder, you little tiny animal. I don't care if you're sentient stuff or you eat others that are the exact same. I was like, I'm a lion, roar. I was like, oh, okay. Let me just do like a bare minimum, like, you know, universe guys, you know, roaring at you. And then this the whole thing that's inside of, because they're inside of that. So it's like, right, it's like, roar. But it's like the whole thing, vibrate, roar thing, and can't fucking ever deny that that kind of thing is going on. Which is why it's like, me. Okay. No. Lots of people tried to beat me. Nobody beats me. There's a reason for that. Although they are technically already. Thanks to the fact that they all collectively, conspiratorially join forces to blah 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 and continue to basically never let me or allow for me with brain bullshit and then also life situation shit to heal and get better and get there. To progress over time. Because I was like, I'm never gonna trust them showing up. I'm just not. Why should I? That makes no sense. Stupid stuff. You're not gonna show up. Yeah, as a result of never showing up, it's like, alright, let's do this. Well, I'm gonna prevent you in every fucking way. Now you understand where it's like, yeah, no, they're intentionally making it, and they know it. You know what I mean? Which they is already stated as being a known quantity value of who it is I'm referencing. Stop making logical sense. That's reasonable. Okay? Suck dick, suck. I'm the skull. I'm in your mind. Shut up. Look at them. They're so fucking. Oh my god, no way. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Supposed to donate 11 cents. If you can hear me, tap. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. You know I'm afraid of health.
show the fuck up and fucking admit what you were doing, or we're just not gonna have this conversation anymore.
Really? Yeah, like you were clearly fucking there. Like you were clearly listening. You were clearly all these things. You know what I mean? Right. And then same thing with like relationship wise. Yeah, like, I meet people, whatever, but then it turns into like, yeah, but we're not good for each other.
That kind of thing is basically what that would be. They're like, no, wait, you can't make time.
I can do that. That's a gravity thing. Remember the whole the acoustic pump thing they talked about? Quantum gravity, and my second thing that I uploaded.
It goes after chaotic styles of thermal. And it sucks it towards a central point. It's a quantum gravity. So it's like, that's a way for me to alter certain things. Now granted, it's not actual time. Neither is entropy, neither is any of the rest of it, but we experience it as a thermal entropedic value. Momentum stop. Yep. That's what time is. Stopped like that. Yeah.
That's fucking stupid, though, isn't it?
Not really.
Why? Because you've never known it to be any other thing. Why would it be stupid?
I don't know. Seems odd as a way to describe a fundamental force. No, it's not really. It's just stuff that moves you. Thought that was momentum. Momentum's different. We're talking about the descriptive values of the algorithmic matrix of the given reaction, interference, and interactive forces of entropy. For the given, again, stored values for the given algorithms and equations that are quarks and the makeups of quarks, and then, all the way up to, atoms and stuff. How they ultimately entropedically, reactively have a given set of beginning inertia value and then therefore go through it. Kind of like they're getting filtered through a sieve. Now, depending on a given possible influence, this is the free will stuff, to a degree. Right? They can force a more likelier option one way or another, but you have to remember the whole absolute zero trying to determine all the things. You're pretty more deterministic than you think, and it's a lot more fucking less certain in no way whatsoever. And Heisenberg starts looking kind of mighty suspect after a bit. But that's also on my YouTube. God. Okay, just look it up on the YouTube. Man, I'm about to go to bed. Jeez. I'll fart again. Oh yeah, that was a good one. Here's that. I'm a cool person. Because I released a given change of pressure through a nozzle. It was stored heat value too that happened to leave. That is so I'm cool. Stop being physics nerd. No. I'm also sexy, dominating owner nerd too. Who's very good at communicating and respecting boundaries. Yeah. Except for dickwads who don't respect mine. And try and harm me. Which I'm like, Do you have a whole like defense of self law thing, right? Yeah. Okay. And you have like you know, same thing but for property, you just straight up murdering. Yeah. Hmm. Area of effect, bitch. Yeah. It's not like that. I'm the law. Deal with it. This is my domain. You will not fuck with my body or brain. Or my apartment. Or any of that shit. So see what I'm saying in my head? Yeah. That's fine. That's not. Because I hear feelings and they influence me all the time. I think either I feel, fear, ultimately just know and all that. It depends on, ultimately, again, which one of them is trying to harm me and fuck with me. See how many hours I get with the recording.